We're going to be starting with recognitions and communications at 5 p.m. The mayor will be presenting the following recognitions. We're going to start out with City of Laredo Mayor and Council congratulate Desiree Rubalcaba for being crowned All-American Miss Teen Texas Lone Star on Saturday, April 26, 2025 in Edinburgh, Texas at the Texas All-American Miss event. Way to represent Laredo. Come on down. Few words, please.
Yes. Is it okay if I write it down? Thank you. I'm so sorry. Good afternoon. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Mayor Trevino, City Council members, and all individuals involved in making recognitions like this possible for Laredo's youth to continue striving for excellence. It is a great honor for my family and myself to receive this recognition. I am excited and committed to using my platforms as Miss Teen Texas Lone Star All-American Miss to make a positive impact in my community and to help inspire others to reach their full potential. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much. Very good. And we'll have pictures. Any pictures? Family?
Family? Family? Family? You want something?
Yes.
One more, Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Desiree. Next, the City of Laredo Mayor and City Council recognize Bella D. Hernandez and Mary Zossi, Herrera Middle School, for their outstanding volleyball achievements. These two athletes attend Elias Herrera's Middle School and play club volleyball in San Antonio, Texas. Both have been part of various teams, have made many accomplishments in their volleyball careers. Please come on down.
Bella? She's Bella.
And you are?
You want to say a few words?
Zoe.
You want to say a few words? No, you're right now. Picture that. Right over here. Let's do one of these first, man, while they come down. You want to come over here, Bella? Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Congratulations. She has the phone.
All right. City of Laredo and Mayor City Council recognize the 2025 Miss Laredo Pageant title holders. Under the direction of Roel and Saul Gonzalez, They represent the very best of our community, showcase talent, determination, and a deep commitment for making a positive impact both in Laredo and beyond. These exceptional young women serve as proud ambassadors of leadership and civic pride. From our youngest title holders to those who have already excelled at the state level, each one embodies the values and vibrant spirit of Laredo. Their accomplishment not only highlight individual excellence, but also symbolize the promise of bright and empowerment future for our city. Come on down, please. All right. Who wants to say a couple of words? Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you so much, and I'm so excited to be able to represent Laredo.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this recognition. I'm so glad for having this, and thank you, Laredo.
Thank you very much. And do you want to say something? All right. All right. Number 4. Alexander.
That's a mayor recognition. That's a council recognition.
Okay.
We're gonna do number 5 next.
All right, next is City of Laredo Mayor and City Council recognizes Major Rogelio and Major Rebecca Galabeas, leaders for the Laredo Salvation Army who have overseen our area for the past 5 years. We applaud their hard work and dedication to the City of Laredo and wish them well on their transfer to the new area. Congratulations, thank you. And this way, and a couple of words.
Well, I would just like to thank the City of Laredo for allowing us to serve in the community of Laredo with the Salvation Army. They move us quite often, but we've been here going on 6 years next month, so we're excited and pleased that we were able to serve here in Laredo, and we're grateful for the community for supporting the needs of the community. So we thank you all for everything you continue to do for the City of Laredo.
Thank you.
I guess I could say ditto. Yeah, we've been blessed and we had the opportunity to serve here in Laredo, and we're going to a new appointment now. But since we've been here, we've been able to actually create or we bring a Dallas Cowboy every year to our fundraiser, and so we have our fundraiser coming up May 27. We still have couple of tables, and we do have individual tickets of $75, but you get to meet we're bringing in Chad Hennings this time around. He's the 3-time Super Bowl champion with the Dallas Cowboys, so he'll be our speaker. And we continue to bring a cowboy every year so that they get to meet the community. At the same time, they help us raise funds to continue supporting the community we live in.
Congratulations, thank you for your service, thank you. Picture. All right. City of Laredo Mayor and City Council recognize Dwayne Conrad Vasquez and Balian Margarito Gonzalez of Blessed Sacrament of Troop 192 for achieving their Eagle Scout rank, the highest rank you can achieve in scouting. Becoming an Eagle Scout is no easy feat, and the journey reflects the values of leadership, service, and character that define scouting. Both of these scouts have demonstrated an exceptional level of excellence, and their achievements and a source of inspiration for the fellow scouts and the community in which they live. So, congratulations. There you go. Couple of words.
First off, I want to thank my mother who's been with me throughout all this journey, and my scoutmasters in the back, Mr. Rodriguez. I want to take the time to appreciate you all here, and of course the city of Laredo. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, Chief. One more.
And then that's one, if you mind, if I just take one with you, Scoutmaster, and Dwayne. I'll take you guys too. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Now just wave it. Just rotate. One more here. One.
We have one more, but we'll be waiting for Mayor Pro Tem Vanessa Perez, who's on her way. She'll be here briefly, so we'll take a brief pause. All right, we will proceed with number 7. Mayor Pro Tem said she would allow us to do it. Recognizing Marcela Merced Peña, a student at United High School, for being awarded a merit award of $130,000 at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. Marcela will commit to the games of tennis for the next 4 years while pursuing her degree in medicine. She has been playing tennis since she was 4 years old, and her dream was to play collegiate tennis. She's very proud to be able to represent her hometown of Laredo, Texas, in Washington, D.C., both in academics and athletics. Congratulations. Couple of words.
I want to thank the city of Laredo and my coaches and my friends and family. Thank you.
Congratulations. Let's go ahead and take pictures.
regular meeting, 5:30.
This will conclude the recognitions and communications. We will start city council at 5:30 p.m. Thank you very much. May the 19th, 5:30 p.m. All stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Secretary, roll call, please.
Honorable Mayor Dr. Victor D. Trevino,
Present.
Honorable Council Member District 1 Gilbert Gonzalez, Honorable Council Member District 2 Ricardo Rangel Jr., Honorable Council Member District 3 Melissa Cigarroa, Honorable Council Member District 4 Ricardo Rick Garza,
I'm here.
Honorable Council Member District 5 Ruben Gutierrez Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Council Member District 6 Dr. Tyler King, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Vanessa Perez, Honorable Council Member District 8 Alisa Cigarroa. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like a motion to excuse Mayor Pro Tem Vanessa Perez.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Motion for approval of the minutes of May 5th, 2025, May 14th, 2024.
Motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. After citizens' comments, we want to bring up item number 6, 16, and 67.
Mayor, if I may as well add my item, number 72, recognizing Alexander High School basketball team.
Right? Yes.
Also, my item, number 70, please.
70?
Which number?
And Mayor,
I'm
Mayor,
sorry.
item 75.
Right, item 75.
Mayor, and if I may also add number 65, as we have people here from out of town that we need to add to it as well. The fast transit. Mayor, and that's for Councilwoman Cigarroa, number 69.
And lastly, hopefully 73, if you will.
All right. Motions as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Yeah. Mr. Secretary, just to acknowledge the presence of Councilwoman Melissa Cigarroa.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll proceed with citizens' comments. We have one. Juan Avila.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Afternoon.
members of the City Council, management. My name is Juan Avila, citizen here of Laredo, Webb County. I wanted just to make a comment on there's an item on the agenda for tonight requested by Councilmember Ricardo Rishi Rangel, number 7125C-77, with discussion with possible action regarding the request by the Society of Martha Washington for sponsorship to be held at the same Sato Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, that's one of the biggest things that we have here in Laredo. You know, for us, it's been for years that we have had this beautiful item going. And I think that anything that we can do for this society, you know, to make it better, to make it more convenient for the public, for it, you know, for everybody can show up, not just at a certain area, but centralize it like it's going to be. And I know that y'all will look at it carefully. Now, everybody's saying, social media can say whatever, but once we look at it correctly and we study it, you'll see that what it's on this agenda tonight, it is for the benefit of Laredo. It's for everybody to have fun. Like we said, we're missing more concerts, and I saw City Manager Mr. Knapp respond to a comment. We need more concerts, and we definitely do. We need more family outings. We need more items for the family to participate in. We don't have it right now. Right now is this, like we're going through this heat advisory. Where are we sending our people to? The recreational centers, Parks and Rec, mall? What else can we do? Can we open up the same side arena? If we're gonna do something for the public, let's do it to where, we can share it for everybody. What can we do there? Can we bring up some ideas? I mean, we have enough space. We have the facility ready. Let's put it to use for something. Let's just don't focus on one thing, but let's focus for the whole public. Let's keep people safe around here. Let's give them something to do. There's a lot of things to do, and we can bring it up. And I agree with you, Mr. City Manager, we do need more concerts here, but to a good pricing as well. We're already hurting as it is financially. Job seekers, Let's bring it to a point where people can attend and enjoy their families. Family value is the number one thing that we always will have. So please, let's take that into consideration tonight when y'all bring up the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more citizen comments? That was all. All right.
Mr. Secretary, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Just to recognize that Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Vanessa Perez is present.
As noted. All right, thank you. All right, proceeding to number 6. Communications. Number 1, presentation of the keys to the City of Laredo by City of Laredo Mayor Dr. Victor Trevino to Laredo Independent School District Superintendent Dr. Silvia Guerra Rios for her contribution to the City of Laredo and the years of education.
Thank you for everything. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, now, a little history about the keys to Laredo, we represent the highest honor in the city. The key to the City of Laredo is a public gesture of public acknowledgement, a significant contribution to the community. It is presented by the mayor, often during a formal ceremony at City Hall, as today, to individuals or groups who have made noteworthy achievements who have positively impacted our community throughout their lives. Today, recipient of this honor is Dr. Silvia Guerra Rios, Superintendent of Laredo Independent School District. Dr. Rios does not require a lot of introduction, as we know, but she has been a lifelong educator and advocate for bettering the lives of her children, teachers throughout the city for over 5 decades. Dr. Rios began working at LISD over 16 years ago, where she was first served as principal of J.W. Nixon High School, then became chief academic officer, and then was named superintendent in 2017. I had the opportunity to work with Dr. Silvia Rios throughout the global pandemic, where the school districts, and specifically LISD, was an incredible source of assistance in our medically underserved areas, where we had school nurses, teachers, teacher aides, and schools helping the city with an important factor in our community, surviving one of the most impactful times in our community's history. Dr. Rios, throughout her tenure, has shown great leadership and resolve, and for that we honor you today with this presentation of the keys to the city of Laredo. Congratulations. This key to the city of Laredo, presented to Dr. Silvia Guerra Rios in recognition of her years of dedicated service in educating our youth and her outstanding contribution to the city of Laredo, presented by Dr. Victor Trevino, Mayor of the city of Laredo, May 19, 2025. Congratulations.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am very proud to be here. As you all know, I am not from Laredo, but I am a Laredoan. I've been here for over 20 years. I have not been an educator for over 50 years, but I will tell you I am 70 years old, and I have served our children and the children of this state for 48 years. And so longevity. I also want to say I am so proud to be part of the Laredo ISD family. And I really talk about family all the time because it is a family. As you all may well know, Laredo ISD is really a very small part of the Laredo community. We are only 13 square miles. We serve almost 21,000 students. Through the pandemic, there was a lot of collaborative work that we did, Zoom, whichever way, and I'm very proud that we were able to have our nurses and teachers stand in lines to be able to serve our community. And that was a partnership that really endeavored to create a positive environment and to get rid of some of the fear that was associated with the pandemic. More importantly, I am so proud of the work that we do in collaboration with our city neighbors, our partners, everyone in our community, because we work together to better our kids, to open doors to every single child that comes to Laredo ISD. You know that we're 1 mile away, actually less than that, and we serve any child that walks into our classroom. We don't worry about who they are, where they come from, what they do, but we do worry about their future. And we want to make sure that we underline that future with every support that is possible through our board of trustees, through our staff, through the parents that we work with everyone and anyone who really cares about kids. I am so proud to have served with our former trustee here, as well as our trustees who are standing over there in the back. Thank you for coming. Thank you for visiting. They are part of our family. I also have part of the family here. And my commitment for the rest of my life, whether I am serving as a superintendent or not, is to serve our Laredo ISD family of kids, because they are the next generation. They will be standing here in my place and in the places of everyone else who is here. They continue to be the promise and the hope of Laredo ISD as well as Laredo. So thank you so much for this honor. It was very unexpected, and I can tell you that no matter what color I'm wearing today, I'm wearing blue, yes, that's Cigarroa, but I wear every single color every day on behalf of our kids, because they are important. They have a voice, and they belong in our community. And more importantly, they belong to the future of this community and any other of which they are a part. So thank you so much for thinking about me and for honoring me and my family, as well as my Laredo family, in everything that we do. Your support is what's going to keep us going, and it's going to better the future of Laredo. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Get a picture of it.
Let's do one right now, just with you guys, and then we'll wait for them.
Es un poquito más para acá, mijo. Perfecto. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Si quieren.
You want to take one? Hold on, give me 1 minute. Ready, give me 1 minute. Yeah.
Ready, 1, 2.
Give me 1 minute.
You want one just okay.
Oh, sorry.
3, 3, 2.
No necesita nada.
By the way, Andy was part of our family.
I feel like the price is right.
One, two, three.
All ready, 1, 2.
We got a few more. Thank you guys, congratulations.
Does he have to go down again for the Alexander team? Does he have to go down for the Alexander team, or are you going down?
Oh, absolutely. We're gonna go down. We're coming down, we win that one. Okay.
Oh, no. I don't know if they reached out.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know if anyone even asked.
They did. Oh, they did. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. 'Cause I was kind of like, just put. I knew you would.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. All right.
I saw that guy that he's in my district, but he typed both of them.
Oh, okay.
All right. Next presentation?
Number 67, Mayor.
Number 67, okay. Why don't we do the recognition first?
Okay, number 72?
Yeah.
Just 72 first. Okay. What are we doing?
Yeah, we're gonna
We're gonna go to 72.
we're going to 72, Mr. Knapp.
72 first,
Recognize
Yeah.
the people here.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
This is item number 72 that we brought up. Recognizing the Alexander High School basketball team for winning the District 36A title and any matters incident there too. Gentlemen, congratulations. Before we continue, Mayor, may I, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Guys, just want to tell you all, thank you all so much for always representing Laredo. You all have done a wonderful job for year in, year out. Keep on doing so. When your next step in life comes about, next thing you do, your next phase in life, get out there to college. I'm assuming all of you will be there. Get out there. Keep representing Laredo. No matter whether you stay here or not, you're doing a wonderful job. You've done so over and over again. Anybody anybody mentions Alexander High School, and they know there's a great, great basketball team. To the coaches, thank you so, so much. And very, very importantly, to the parents of all these wonderful, wonderful men up here, thank you all, because without you behind them, supporting them, they certainly wouldn't be able to accomplish what they've accomplished so far. Gentlemen, thank you and congratulations.
Mayor, if I may, one more thing. This item was also co-sponsored by Councilmember Gonzalez and Councilmember Richard Angel. If you all would like to say a few words, please.
Appreciate it, Councilman Gutierrez. Guys, it's awesome to see, gentlemen, succeed. We've always been rivals. I've been from the South Cigarra High School. You guys, you work. You guys dedicate yourself. I've seen how you guys work. How you come together as a team. To get as far as you guys got, you got to work as a team. It's also being part of a team once. It's like you get mad at your brother. Your brother's forever. And when you get together, when you guys get back together and like conversations, having dinner, lunch, or whatever, you're always going to remember that game. You lay up, you missed that point. So it's always going to carry. It's always going to carry that. You're always going to carry that with you guys. So congratulations, this championship you're going to carry within your hearts forever. So congratulations.
Guys, I'm honored to be a co-sponsor to this item. I know I saw most of you throughout the year in the Estrella del Deporte. So you guys, you throw all this year, and especially those seniors. I commend Councilman Gutierrez for having this recognition for you guys. This is a true example of our students are our future. So you guys keep doing what you're doing. I know most of you are going to head out to college. So, we wish you so luck from here, from our entire council to you guys, and we'll see you in the near future. Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, before we continue, I just need to ask you all one thing. What on earth do you all eat? My goodness. Look like a shrimp next to you all. Guys, congratulations. Here is your plaque. Keep up the great work because you all do represent us very, very well. You make us extremely proud. On behalf of the mayor and the council, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let's follow on Ruben. Get next to the tall one.
Oh man, I can't.
Hey, give him a hand, guys.
We need platforms, Ruben. Puede cambiar de lugar si quiere.
Hey, stand next to the mayor, Ruben.
No los tapa mi marque, no se preocupe. Ready? 1, 2,
Right here.
3. Yeah, look at her.
Okay, now right here.
Okay, here.
We're going on. Right here.
Got it.
Right here. Last one. One more. 3, 2.
Mayor, the coach would like to say a few words.
Thank you to the City of Laredo for recognizing our boys. They put in a lot of hard work, and it always feels
nice and honored to be recognized by the city. So thank you all so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations to all these teams. That's what we want in the city of Laredo, to show the youth that are leading for the future. Thank you.
That's me. Okay, that's, I believe that's me, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Councilman. I'll make this short but special. It's item number 70, recognizing Christian Salazar and Isaí Salazar, students of Garcia Early College, for their excellence in academics, maintaining a 4.0 GPA, and being great community role models and founders of the Garcia Football Club, a student-led soccer team. Guys, you guys mean so much to South Laredo. I know me and Commissioner Gonzalez, we have the Estrella del Deporte scholarship, but since in Garcia Early College, there's no sports. So you guys reside in an area where me and Commissioner Gonzalez overlap, so we were in conversation. You all do so much for our community and our students there, just for initiating this program there. So we had to do something. This is a very special recognition from us. And I know you guys were behind me throughout the years to build a soccer field. You even came up to me and you said, hey, there's space there at the park there. Can you please make us a football field? Which in the future, with permission from the governing body, maybe we can, call it the Salazar Field, because you guys made it happen there. You guys identified the spots, and now I pass through there on the weekends, and there's kids, they're practicing soccer. So you all did so much, and bringing this idea up to myself. So on behalf of the South Texas Given Tree, my brother, Commissioner Gonzalez, and myself, we want to recognize you today. And I don't know if you know, this may be a surprise, but there's even scholarships here for you guys. And Kristen, I was going through the applications all this weekend, and I know Kristen, I was going to ask the parents, but that wasn't going to be fair, put it on the spot. So Kristen, you will get a laptop from AT&T. All I can say is, so if you guys can share a soccer ball, I'm sure you can share the laptop in your college, right? So thank you so much, and we hope to see you around the community just as we see your parents in the near future. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez, would they like to say a few words?
Yes, hopefully y'all can, say a couple of words here for us tonight and see what y'all did and how y'all came to me to build this soccer field in South Laredo.
Of course. Well, first of all, I think it's honestly been a pleasure these last 2 years creating the Garcia Football Club, helping young men such as me and my brother and a bunch of people in our school who just wish there was a soccer team, who seeked for opportunity to grow teamwork, to grow skills in soccer. Me and Chris, we decided to create that opportunity for others to teach, to lead, and to show others how to be dedicated and just to be dedicated and to learn how to be more of a man and a team worker.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the entire council that's here with us today, along with my parents for the support. And actually, the reason that I went to Garcia was for them. and they've always strived to give me and my brother a better future. And it just so happened that there was no sports at that school, and me and my brother, met a good group of friends, and we all decided like we had a love for this sport, and does it have like a connection to our culture and our community, and I'm just so honored and proud that me and my brother were able to make an impact in the community. So thank you.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Just a question, boys. Where are you all attending school?
My brother and I will attend UTSA in the fall.
Fantastic. Congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and join Councilmember Gonzalez as well, and I will also be giving you all a little graduation gift, get you all the scholarship as well. Whatever amount they put in, I'll put in as well. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much, sir. Thank you.
We'll do one with that. I am today, for now. Absolutely, thank you. Moving. Gentlemen, thank you. Inspiring, Beth, really. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna do one with that and then one with that.
No, see what I can do to.
This one first and then we'll go down.
Un poquito más para acá. Perfecto, ahí está bien. 1, 2, 3. Ahora acá de este lado.
Now with the parents and you want to take it? Ready? 1, 2, 3, one more.
One more here. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Last one.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, gentlemen. You'll get in contact with me. I'll get you those checks as soon as possible. Absolutely, guys. Thank you for the inspiring story. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck now.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. Your boys. Wow. Great stuff. Thank you. That's your very connections. Okay. All right. 67. 67. Is that a recognition? You're right, Mayor. Oh, yeah, 66. Efficiency study. Let's see. All right. We'll proceed with item number 67. Discussion with possible action to begin structuring efficiency study, LEAP, which stands for Laredo Efficiency and Innovation Program. Recommendations for upcoming special meetings on May 28th and any matters related thereto. Sponsors, Mayor Pro Tem Vanessa Perez. Now this item I wanted to discuss on the agenda so we can start looking at the efficiency in our government. I know sometimes we would like to fund some pet projects or projects to make us feel good, which I do believe are important. But those discussions should be separate from meetings from our core functions of the government. This is the reason for the special meeting on the 28th, to have these budget discussions and items that we keep adding to our CIP. Because if there's one thing
that I have been told at event after event and via phone calls is to fix our water and our roads. We constantly get information from citizens telling us that. For years, I have seen streets in my clinic in South Laredo that don't have any sidewalks and are incredibly dangerous for children and pedestrians. So as long as we don't show this through action, that is being taken care of. We will not have the support of the public for anything that we really need. So, Mr. Neb, if you can have some input on this information on the plan of action and any recommendations for the meeting on the 28th.
Yes, sir. Mayor, thank you. City Council, thank you. There's a couple different things to talk about here. You can see what I'm going to cover a little bit in greater detail, but with where the bond referendum election went, we now have to look at other alternative options of how to handle some of that work that was in there that is critical to the service structure that we have. But we've also initiated the efficiency study for every department out there. Our departments are actually going through a self-analysis right now in order to determine what they can find within their structure so that we can remove programs that may not serve a purpose anymore, where we can make sure that we are putting our expenses in the highest priority items out there. And so next week on Wednesday, we'll be talking in greater detail. This is kind of a prelim to some of that as well too, but I'm going to ask for your help tonight as well too, because I think the challenges we have is to anything that we can salvage and save from funding for this year actually goes to support the work for next year. So if we're going to try to get some of this work done that we couldn't get done through new revenue through the bond referendum, we need to find room for it into the budget. I think the mayor just, when he talks about some of those items there, the sidewalks, the streets, that work still has to be out there. The police and fire, public safety stuff that has to be done out there. We still have all those needs are still out there. What we have discovered through the election is that we have to find a different way in order to fund it and to manage that information. So the moratorium on our structure is not uncommon for us. As we get closer to October 1, which starts our fiscal year, September 30th is the end of it, and October 1 starts the next fiscal year, we start stopping the spending. We stop allowing the use of credit cards except for very important purposes. So we're just actually initiating some of this information, and I'm asking for your help a couple months prior to when we would normally start triggering those slow the spending, kind of bring it all in there, because every dime that we save today can go into next year's budget, and it starts as beginning cash for the next year's budget. So with that, what I would like to do with the initiation of a moratorium, and it's a balanced moratorium, but we want to reinforce the public trust, fiscal discipline. We want to allow our efficiency study to work and help utilize that to help guide our decision making. We want to prevent the fragmented or premature spending of anything. There is still time to take care of all these needs. Not a lot of it has time issues with it, and that's why I would recommend some of the things I'll recommend tonight when we get to those topics. But we want to slow down the spending and make sure that we've looked at everything as to how to spend it. We want to establish a fair and consistent evaluation process. So the scope of this moratorium applies to any new unbudgeted general fund commitments. We have a general fund of $270 million that covers all the expenses out there. All of our departments have done a great job of trying to focus all the funding that they do have to the highest priorities, but we want to slow that down even farther. And so we want to make sure that if it's an unbudgeted general fund, if it wasn't already talked about within our budget structure for this fiscal year, I want to make sure that you have all the information at your fingertips so that when you make a decision that says, yes, we're going to try to spend that, because what will happen is that we will drop a project off the other side of the thing. We will find the funding in order to do that. We won't tap into our reserves and adjust the budget throughout this moratorium. We will try to adjust within our current spending for where it's at. This includes feasibility studies, sponsorships, and partnerships. And I would say that with regard to the feasibility studies, All we have to do is have that conversation, place them into the budget. And as you've heard in the budget workshop as well too, I would like to make sure that we have everything budgeted within the structure so that we know how to move it within that. So rather than to do any kind of one-offs that come into the city council, I want to make sure that we've looked through it all. That includes sponsorships, that includes partnerships. Emergency needs may proceed with city manager approval. Again, there are things that are very important, critical to our service model. And so when those requests come through, I want to make sure that we can move them forward. Again, we're partners within that, whether it be the city manager for a certain dollar amount to keep the emergency needs going, or the city council for those more expensive ones that we have to have. So want to do the timeline effective immediately through August 31, 2025. What continues during the moratorium? The use of council discretionary funds. But the only difference in that is that usually we've utilized the council discretionary funds and we partnered them with city funds for all the different types of activities. What I'm asking is that if it is something that is very important to your district to get done, let's make sure that that's covered 100% through your funds, or we find a different way to walk through that conversation. Emergency response spending I've already talked about. Budget projects already in the fiscal year 25 plan or CIPs. Anything that we've already got ongoing, we want to continue going because it takes too long to restart some of this stuff, and so we have to keep it going. Administrative review of proposals for the fiscal year 26 workshop inclusion. So next week we will talk in a lot greater detail about all of this stuff, where we're at with the LEAP for the efficiency study, what we think this budget's going to look at. Really, I mean, if you haven't seen in the news, San Antonio is going through a $148 million reduction because their property tax is lower and their sales tax is lower. So they are looking and they're preparing for reductions within that. We're just ahead of the game. We've been looking at this through the efficiency study. We've been talking with our people, and we're discovering that way. I think the one thing that has had an impact on us, and it's not scary at this point in time, but our bridge revenue is down by about 5% right now from where it would be normally. And so there is an impact on all this noise out there. There's an impact on our third largest fund within our general fund, our revenue source, our third largest revenue source. So we want to make sure that we're looking at all of those things and making sure that we're covering all that. So this is the list of the stuff that will continue through the moratorium because we have to keep going within our system for that. These are directives that the city manager can do on his own as the chief administration officer, and these are the things that I'm telling you that I will go ahead and implement at this point in time. Freeze on any unadvertised non-essential position. We have a number of positions that are out there that need to be done. They're already in the queue. We're already accepting applications, but we have I would say there's probably another batch of positions that have not been advertised yet. We have not put them out yet. So we will hold on any of those non-essential positions. And as I say, non-essential, we're going to keep going with police and fire. We're going to keep going with any of those, the leadership type positions that are necessary to keep our city moving forward. But we're going to kind of hold back a little bit on some of those unadvertised positions. We're going to pause on consulting contracts and feasibility studies. We have a number of that out there already. I would rather focus on the work that we've already got initiated rather than creating new work. I think that delay in consulting agreements and feasibility studies, it's a 3 to 4.5 months. It's 4.5 months. It's not going to really damage us too much on that, but I think it'll allow us all to sit back and say, is this the priority? And no in-kind or third-party commitments without a budget. One of the things I want to make sure that happens there is that, again, I just talked about it a little bit. If we are going to make any of those types of commitments, if it is not already in our budget, I have to find the funding for it, which means that something else has to drop out of our budget in order to make room for that. And so that's the balancing act that we have to look for the in-kind third-party commitments without a budget. Want to make sure that you receive updates, and what I'm putting in there is essentially a monthly update. We may even do it more often than that. keep you up to date with what's happening, because we are still crunching revenue numbers. We're still crunching the expenses. We're still holding on to all the work that we have to get done. So we want to make sure that you're aware of that, because as we get into these budget conversations, we're going to look at it very, very, very pointedly. We're going to look at it with open eyes and making sure that all of our funding goes into those highest level priorities. When the money is budgeted out, we have to stop, and we can't keep doing services that we don't have enough resources for. That's essentially what I'm asking for as well too. And then an intake process for deferred proposals. What I mean there with the intake process for deferred proposals, these requests are going to keep coming to you. What I would ask is that get those requests into the city management as soon as possible. We will put it together, and we will say, here's how we can get it done for the fiscal year 25-26. And we'll place it in there, because at the end of the day, I'm going to present a budget to you, and you're going to approve that budget with whatever adjustments that you feel is necessary in there to meet the vision that you have for the city. And I want to make sure that any of these proposals that come forward, there's nothing that's not worthwhile to look at. It just has to be prioritized as to what the benefit is. And so that's why I want to make sure that we still have a possibility for that conversation on the intake process. Handling agenda items during the moratorium, this is something I'm going to ask from you as well too, and you've talked about it before, so this is really not that new. Council members, you may still place items for discussion on the agenda. Please keep doing that. What I would ask though is that if it has a financial impact, give me 2 weeks after that meeting, after you present it, to let me do a full evaluation as to what that true impact is on that. Let me provide you with a report through the directors or through the departments as to what that impact will have on us, because I'm telling you, any of those requests that we are not aware of yet, we're going to have to balance the budget. So we're spending here, we've added a new item on there, we have to take something out of that list. That's the only way to make those numbers work. And so that's the thing, is that place the items on there, but if it has a financial impact, please allow me at least a 2-week period to do a full analysis of what the request is, and we can bring it back. We can always run through the emergency ones and deal with them on a faster basis. I just need to be aware of those as well too, because as you could tell, that I worked on at least 3 or 4 of the items that are on tonight's agenda over this weekend to make sure that you had the information as to how we can walk through those items. And so the final action would be deferred before the staff and out to allow the staff time to analyze, and it ensures fairness, transparency, fiscal alignment. What we want to make sure is that if we can see it coming. If it is something that we've done in the past, those are a lot easier because we know that they're there. All I'm asking is for a little bit of time to analyze and let you know exactly what's happening with these items during the moratorium. Finally, all I would ask is that if you are in favor of doing that, I would love a directive from the City Council to initiate a temporary moratorium through April 31st, 2025. This supports the responsible government, aligns with the LEAP study, provides structure for evaluating those during that fiscal year 26 budget process.
Mayor?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Before we do that, let's place a motion on that. Do you have a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, okay, your motion is that. All right.
My second.
Second. All in favor?
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Knapp, are you going to present this to us once again during the workshop on the 28th?
Yes, ma'am.
And will we be able then to have some questions answered about what that would mean for the next 3 months and how that would impact what either we already have thinking, items that we want to bring forward?
Yeah, Mayor and Council Member, yes, the hope is that I'm giving you kind of that precursor.
Yes.
I'm hoping to put some things in play tonight, because the request was, we're still coming through, what does the bond referendum election mean to all of us, right? What are we supposed to do from here? The work remains. What we do know is that we can't do it through the bond, through a bond process. That means we have to look, can we absorb it within our current budget? So anything that we can prioritize out to make room for it is gonna help us. We have 2 rate studies out there that we're looking at. We are looking at a lot of different things, all those conversations, and I think that based upon most of the opinions out there is that if you can find a way to do it within your current budget, that's what most of the requests are for. And so all these conversations are coming. So yes, we'll talk in greater detail at the workshop. And what you're seeing within the dates, and this is something I may have should have actually shared a little bit earlier. I am speeding up the timeline of the efficiency study. Normally, an efficiency study would take us 12 to 16 months. My goal, based upon where we stand and the need to prioritize out our projects better than what we have done, is to get it done in time for this next fiscal year's budget. And so you're going to see a lot of different shifts on that. I'm just going to try to explain it as best I can as we walk through it. If you appreciate that, then I think we're all going to move. If it doesn't hit what you think we need to be doing, we need to just kind of walk through that. But Laredo is financially sound. It's in great shape. All it is adjusting out the priorities and really just trying to fit the world within what we're able to get accomplished. And so,
Thank you.
And
All right.
may I follow up?
Go ahead.
So would the motion be appropriate now, or would you like to see that come after you've ironed out those details that you say you're going to present to us on the 28th?
I would appreciate the motion to initiate the moratorium now. We're only 2 months farther into this, and so anything we can do to slow down our spending now benefits us for next year. And I think that's where we're going to be able to do more in our next year budget. So if you could, because I think you can always pull this off. If everything is looking good, I think we can pull it early. We can hold it a little longer depending on what those needs are. But I need time to get you the information in your hands so that you can analyze what is happening.
So then could you describe to us exactly what the moratorium would entail? Like what, because oftentimes we come here and we're looking at things that we're planning for the future, right? So our projects that we bring up here aren't necessarily to spend money tomorrow, right? I know that there's a request by the police department to look at some funds for the training facility, or I think actually a mental health facility. And so do we end up stepping on these other priorities that we've discussed? Maybe they haven't been presented they weren't presented in the budget in the fall, but certainly that conversation has been going on for a long time. And then also the ones that we're looking to spend perhaps funds, but in the future. I mean, we know that it will take the next budget cycle for these things to actually be realized.
My hope and my goal with the moratorium is really to slow everything down. Because how often do you guys get put into a position where the item shows up on the agenda, nobody knew about it until one of you gets to put an item on the agenda, or the staff puts an item on the agenda, and you haven't seen it yet. So then we spend time trying to figure out, okay, what does that impact to us? A lot of these don't take into account, when we start looking at them, what's the ongoing cost as well too. When we build it, we have to manage it. We now have to put resources to it. What is that cost going to be? And I think we believe we have an idea, but we've never quantified that completely. And I think those are the things. So really the big thing is that I knew there were 3 items on here. One I would argue is probably a little time sensitive because it's not in our time structure, and whether or not we help support it. There is time though, and I think that's where my recommendation will be for that item. But there's 2 or 3 items on there that don't have to be decided tonight. They can't give us a little time. We can put together additional information as to what that value is and how we can make it work, because that'll have an offset for that. What I hope we're going to be able to use, a lot of the things that we see occasionally as well too. We have this 5-year CIP list, the capital improvement project list, and we see new items tied into that list every year. I mean, 3 or 4 projects get on your table and they get added to that were not on that list. And I'd say that some of them that we are looking at, trying to help with, are not there right now. And, but it doesn't mean that it's not worthwhile to look at. So that's all I'm asking to do really, is the moratorium is going to slow that down. I guess it gives me the ability, when somebody asks, can we spend money on this? My response can then be no to begin with. And then let's research through exactly how we can get it done. But I think the idea is to slow it all down, and the moratorium is about the best way to say, let's not spend any money. The efficiency study is going to tell us whether or not we have people in the right place or the wrong place. It's not about reducing our staff, really. But it's because I think our numbers are pretty good for our employee base. It's about making sure that the employees are in the right place. That's what an efficiency study is, making sure that it's doing the right job. So I don't see layoffs. I don't see us reducing the staff. I see us moving them into where they need to be. We don't know exactly what's going to continue happening at the federal level with all these grants and everything. I think that's something that we have to look at, because again, that personnel may be good for, and we've been moving some within our structure, try to shore up other areas that we have. We're giving everybody that opportunity. I mean, we moved some out of the health department because we lost those grants, moved them over into other areas because they're great employees. They're good people. We just need to retrain them into what we need right now today. And then they have that decision. So the moratorium is to slow it down, really, not do any unnecessary spending, make sure that we put a couple other valuations within there. So some of the positions that we don't have advertised, if they've been out there for 6 months and we've not hired for them, I think we can wait another 4.5 months easily. If there is unnecessary, if we have discretionary travel, if we have, that's not tied to certification or maintaining our core services, then we can kind of hold back on some of that as well too. I don't want to stop the world from turning. I just want to slow it down quite a bit. So the request for the moratorium is really about initiating a couple months earlier than we would have normally said, stop spending on the credit cards, stop spending on this, stop spending on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Question?
Mr. Knapp, just really quick, if this happens to pass, can I have a copy of those guidelines so I can consider what to apply and how to apply these within the next 3 months?
Yes, sir, we can do that. Yes, I can provide you with all a background as to what the mentality or the analysis is on each one of them. I'll make sure you all have a copy of that.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
So I just want to thank you, Mayor, for putting this on the agenda, and Mr. Knapp for your work on this. I think we don't get to have a failed bond election and then continue business as usual. The public has asked us to pause, right, and to reevaluate our spending, to reevaluate our requests. Some people still are asking for the same amount of funding and support that they've always had from the city over the years, and a lot of that is the reason why we are in the situation that we're in right now. We want to help the community, we want to help the city, but we also need to take a minute to reevaluate what we've been doing and what's working and what's not working, and how we can be a little more efficient with the funding that we do have. Like you said, we're looking at a decrease in bridge revenues. We have other communities that are also experiencing a decline in, I'm assuming, tourism and growth. We have some developers here that are hesitant to build. They have told me that they're not building warehouses right now because they're a little bit concerned about the market. So that's a slowdown in growth, especially in my district. So I'm sure the residents will be happy about that. But we do need to consider how we've been doing things. And I appreciate the opportunity to give a few months without us, because the cost of doing things is not just the money that's requested, the time, the effort, the salaries from management, the salaries from legal, everybody involved, the directors, having to put effort into these project requests. And we're coming towards the end of the budget cycle. If it hasn't been allocated yet, we should probably wait till next year.
Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, if I-
Any other question?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for this, Mr. Knapp. I am supportive, Mayor. Thank you for bringing the item. I guess my question piggybacking on that is, what's the message to the outside community. My concern, I like that we're being reflective, that we're looking at this, being reflective on our spending. But I hope that the message to the outside community and people wanting to, like mentioned, investing more in Laredo, I don't want it to look like we're hitting, some form of panic button as well. Like I want it to be clear that we're doing this to just be introspective and see what we can do better. I just hope that's the message that gets sent
Yes,
out,
sir.
because sometimes panic is contagious, just like when there's inflationary situations and everything just starts spiraling out of control. So I just want to make sure that we don't contribute to that cause of panic and concern in the market. And so that's my only request, is that we make sure that we're delivering this to the community in a way that says, things are okay. And I know you mentioned the 5% in bridge, and I happened to text you and ask you about that today.
Yes, sir.
That's why you had that information
It was.
available, I think. I don't know exactly if it was just a call to the bridge director or kind of how that information, you got that quite quickly, and that's good. I would like a more comprehensive
Yep.
look at our bridge revenue since these tariffs, and my understanding is that while I know some of the automobile parts within the USMCA, a big portion of the USMCA is a lot less affected than, let's say, goods coming from China. So I would like a little bit better update on what our bridge outlook is looking like, because it seems like USMCA is relatively safe. It was this president who passed USMCA. It's up for renegotiation next year, which I know that adds to the uncertainty. Once that happens, we'll have a lot more certainty for the next 5 years after that. So I hope that I'm looking forward to next week and these ongoing discussions, but my only request is that we not appear that we're contributing to the panic.
Yeah.
That's
Thank you for that. And yeah, Mayor and City Council, and I'll reiterate that as well too, because Laredo's in great shape. We're in a good place. We're in a good position. We have great people. We have our finances are strong. We have reserves. We have everything going for us. What we are doing is we're shifting the mentality and the model of what we've been doing. We're tightening that up, I think, is what's happening with that. And we're gonna analyze, and we're gonna walk through every different leg of this thing, through the efficiency study, through the establishment of that budget, and every process. I expect that we will create a criteria section for that. But I would, with Councilmember Dr. King's comments as well too, it is about the storytelling. One of the things, and Laredo is known for a long time. Let's really quickly. There's a couple reports on water tonight. I think you're going to be really happy with that. We're going to be replacing a lot of distribution lines out there. We finally got the bids back, so that was the piece that we needed. So that's going to be a great conversation. We spend almost $150 million in projects in water. We have the rate study out there for the bridge as well too, to try to bring that back and balance that system in there. So we are looking at everything that we need to be looking for, but it is about making sure that everybody understands that this is just us taking care of business. I'm really happy that we have a mayor and a council, that all of you that are sitting there, because you're insistent about making sure that everything gets done right. You're making sure that we fight like family, right? But it's a good thing, because not everything gets put on the table. It doesn't matter what it is. We talk about it. We decide whether or not that's still us, or whether it needs to be happening this way or that way. I think we take really good care of our people. We take really good care of our employees. And I think we don't want to ever lose that. And I think that'll be the story that's out there. We're just doing some adjustment on what we're doing. And so I don't want to lay it out there. Moratoriums are a hard word. All it is just about slowing down our spending. All it is about prioritizing what we can get done. And there are ways and methods of getting all this stuff done. So I'll leave it at that.
Mayor, I just want to add something.
Go ahead. We're going to call for the question already. Go ahead.
Mr. Knapp, I just want to also acknowledge that it's appreciative that we're much appreciated that we're considering those employees that they lost their grant. I mean, there are things happening here at the city that are out of our control. We had grant funding that we've lost. 22 employees, I believe, were affected. We're trying to find a place for them where they're not, going to end up without a job. So I do think this moratorium is important for that. And the failing of the bond, it does require a strong response. And moratorium is a strong word, but it's also a strong message to the community that we heard them and we're reacting to them.
All right, okay. Call for the question. Motion on the table. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is.
Mayor, real quickly, we just want to clarify that this motion is through August 31st of 2025.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, clarification. Go ahead.
They would motion to table or motion to continue with the motion of, motion to approve, okay, because you said motion to table, like.
No, motion on the table.
Oh, okay.
On the table. All right.
75, Mr. Secretary? Is that correct?
75, that's 66.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mayor. Given the obvious motion that we just had, item 75 was just brought up to bring attention to, it's 110 degrees today in the month of May. You know, and so the idea of having more indoor recreation throughout the city. Mr. Neb, thank you for your email over the weekend outlining the possibility for considering a feasibility study in the next fiscal year. No action needed on this item. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Item number 66. Discussion with possible action to provide the City of Laredo Health Department with $175,000 from Mayor's Priority Fund.
Second.
And any matters related thereto.
And second your motion.
Second.
Yes, sir.
I brought this item up at the Health Department continues to struggle with funding to finish some of the improvements needed to maintain existing services. As someone who worked at the Health Department and continued to see patients at the South and North Clinic, for me, I think that public health initiatives at the Health Department are the only thing that's keeping us from being medically underserved community to becoming a medically overwhelmed community, especially for a most vulnerable population in our community that don't have transportation or who can't afford to miss work. I saw this at the Health Department when I delivered thousands of babies, and the vast majority of the mothers at the maternity clinic did not have doctors, therefore no prenatal care, not because they didn't have insurance, but they didn't have a doctor. This made them a lot at high risk once they showed up in the emergency room, because the reality is that we only have a third of the doctors that we need to have in a community our size. So our biggest defense is going to be preventive medicine. So my motion is to transfer $175,000 from the Mayor's Priority Fund balance to the Health Department, and if needed, to have Dr. Chamberlain come up and make his presentation. Dr. Chamberlain here?
Second your motion.
Motion second.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Nguyen, this, are the priority funds restricted to infrastructure? That's what my understanding is, and perhaps Dr. Chamberlain is going to suggest how that requirement can be met.
You should be able to use it because it's not the CBDG funds.
So the same restrictions don't apply to the mayor's funds.
It does have to spend to the bond covenants or whatever, bond, so we'll just have to make sure they tie in.
We'll cross-check.
We'll cross-check it, but they're not exact, so.
Go ahead, presentation, and maybe you can explain a little bit more.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Dr. Richard Chamberlain, your Public Health Director. Thank you very much, Mayor, for placing this item on the agenda. We are working towards ADA compliance at Laredo Public Health. This additional funding would ensure that the ADA compliance for the exterior of the building, including the parking lots, would be updated to ensure that we are compliant with ADA.
That's perfect. That brick and mortar.
Call for the question, sir.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for doing that.
Thank you. All right, call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next item.
65.
Number 65.
Mayor, I'd like to motion to recess the Laredo City Council and convene as the Laredo Mass Transit Board.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Good evening, Mayor,
Evening.
members of the Laredo Mass Transit Board.
City Council. I'm RJ Garza, I'm the Transit Director. And before I introduce our presenters and staff, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the MPO Policy Board for allowing us this opportunity to conduct this study. And some of you sit on that board and made this possible for y'all to be able to review the study and help us make recommendations and things like that. So nevertheless, I'd like to also thank our MPO Director, Juan Mendita, is here, and also staff member Eddie Bernal. There's some staff members from the transit. There's our AGM, Rosa Soto's here with us, and also Sandy Esparza, Operations Manager. And then I think everybody knows Oscar Robles. Well, next, it gives me a great opportunity I'm honored to introduce the Goodman Corporation staff, Ms. Monisha Karuna, and Mr. Jonathan Brooks. They're going to be conducting the study. And one last thing, after the presentation, we did have somebody come from, with HCG. He's one of our specialists, and he's been very successful with on-demand service, microtransit, and I'll have him speak after the presentation. Mr. Raymond Suarez.
All right.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us today. I'm Monisha Karana. I'm with the Goodman Corporation. I'm here with my colleague, Jonathan Brooks. So I'll present a few slides first, and then I will turn it over to him. Great. So today we'll talk a little bit about what microtransit is, some of the peer agencies, and then the proposed idea for microtransit here in Laredo. And then I'll turn it over to Jonathan to talk more about our specific recommendations, as well as an implementation strategy. So a brief recap. Right now in Laredo, El Metro is a transit agency. They have a fixed route service which runs 7 days a week. There's also some circulator routes which run on weekdays, with one of them running on Saturdays. The system is generally a hub and spoke system, with nearly all of the routes coming into the transit center in downtown. El Metro also operates El Lyft, which is a paratransit service. This is for people with disabilities who are unable to utilize the fixed route system. And this system operates within 3/4 of a mile of the fixed route system, and it provides curb-to-curb service in shared accessible vehicles. Microtransit, if it's implemented in Laredo, would be another transit mode that would complement these services. Okay, there we go. So what is microtransit? Microtransit is a shared on-demand service that operates within defined zones. And that's the key. The trips need to start and end within a particular area. And there's some benefits to microtransit. It's less capital intensive than implementing a new fixed route system or route. It's more flexible in terms of changing the zones, or just being more responsive to rider patterns and requests. Oftentimes, microtransit can also provide an improved rider experience, because there's the ability to reach certain areas, potentially lower wait times, and just the ability to be potentially dropped off and picked up closer than a fixed route. Generally, it's app-based, it's technology-based, and it can be utilized for same-day trips, which also, again, increases flexibility for riders. As part of the study, we did a document review, and we looked at all of the various plans that have been done in Laredo and within the region relating to transportation over the last few years, and implementing microtransit will help this area achieve some of the goals for mobility, sustainability, and increased connectivity and access. Okay. As part of the study, we did a peer review. And this allowed us to better understand how microtransit has been implemented in similar agencies and what lessons were learned there that can be applied to Laredo and some considerations in implementing microtransit. So we picked 7 agencies. There are 4 of them that are also in Texas, and then there's 3 other border communities. And to do this, we interviewed some staff at these different agencies, and as you can see on this table on the slide, there's really a wide variety of zones, of wait times, and costs. And not on this slide, but many of these are turnkey operations, and that means that they have a third party run their whole microtransit system. Only Austin and Tulsa have a technology overlay, which is essentially an operator for the app and the technological components, but they use their own vehicles. And many of these programs, they started off with pilots and then they expanded over a number of years. Some of them started to replace poorly performing fixed routes. And so there's definitely some lessons and experiences that can be learned from these peer agencies. In terms of developing zones for Laredo's microtransit system, the way that we started was we looked at the lowest performing fixed routes. And all of these carry less than 6 passengers per hour. These routes are the 3 circulator routes, C1, C2, C3, as well as the 8B. And the areas in which these routes serve, they do have a transit need. However, for some reason, these routes are not effective or resonating with the riders. And this could be for a number of reasons. It could be the alignment of the route, it could be the frequency, it could be the pedestrian connectors, some combination, or something else. And really to understand that, we need to have stop level data. And that's not something that is collected at this time by El Metro. So for purposes of this study, we just looked at these routes and these areas in aggregate. In developing these zones, we had a few key considerations. The first one is size. We wanted to keep them under 10 square miles so that wait times for microtransit would be reasonable. We wanted to have a diversity of land uses, and especially a Target, H-E-B, or Walmart within each zone so that people could easily get to areas where they needed to, for essentials. And then, importantly, each zone has a fixed route connection so that microtransit riders can access the broader El Metro system. And the key here is that we do not want to compete with the fixed route, we want to complement it. The next few slides, I'll just talk briefly about some of these zones. So the first 2 zones are Zone 1 and 2. These are in the north part of Laredo. You can see that the larger one is Zone 1, that's 9 square miles, and then the smaller one is just south of that at 3 square miles. In both of those, there's H-E-Bs, Walmarts, and Targets, which would allow for folks to access those easily. Both of these zones serve industrial parks, commercial areas, and residential areas. One interesting use case in these 2 areas is for tractor-trailer drivers. As part of the study, we'd interviewed several entities to identify how microtransit could help alleviate some of the congestion that's associated with these drivers who are driving around to reach some of their non-work destinations. They might be waiting for a load and they're going to H-E-B or Walmart, and so we wanted to see how microtransit would allow for this use case. Both of these zones are where the C1 circulator runs. If this is truncated or eliminated, there are other fixed routes that would allow for riders to connect into the broader system. Zone 3 is on the west side of Laredo. This is the smallest zone. There's a large Walmart in here. One note is that it does not connect to the mall. That's already served by other fixed routes. Zone 4 is on the east side of Laredo. This is where the 8B runs. And in response to one of the councilwomen's comments, we extended this area so that it reaches the Loop 20 Medical Center.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. I just wondered, did you include laundromats in your assessment?
No, we did not look at laundromats
Because we have
specifically.
quite a few laundromats that are
Okay.
not along the road,
Okay.
18-wheeler road.
Okay.
Where our truck drivers cannot drive.
Okay.
And they therefore cannot access places to wash their clothes.
Okay.
I know I have a laundromat on one in my district that, they get ticketed a lot for being on that road because they're trying to get there. So
Sure.
just something I'm thinking about. You might want to, if you don't mind considering in your analysis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting us know. That was not something actually that has come up in any of the interviews that we did, but we can take a look and see where those are and talk about in the future maybe expanding the zone or, altering the boundaries. That's the nice thing with microtransit. It's very flexible, so you're able to do that.
Yeah, and I do have one more question. Does the microtransit take away from the regular transit from the south to the north?
So the microtransit only operates within its specific zone. And so it's really only utilized to go within that particular zone, not to go from, let's say, South Laredo to North Laredo. So if you're in South Laredo and you use microtransit, you would need to connect to another fixed route that would take you
Yeah.
north.
There's the people that have to go to hospitals or doctors that are mainly on the north. Would this take away from the budget from the existing transit? That's
So the idea is that it wouldn't. The idea is that we want it to complement and help expand accessibility and coverage. So since we're talking about South Laredo, so Zone 5 is in the southern portion. This is the largest zone. It's where the C2 South Laredo circulator runs. There's a lot of fixed routes that are already here, and so one of our recommendations actually is not to implement this one immediately, because implementing microtransit here without further study could detriment the fixed route system, and we don't want that to happen. As part of the study, we also estimated the ridership and the cost for implementing microtransit. We looked at it only for the first 3 years, and we looked at the hours of operation to be similar to what the fixed route currently runs. We use cell phone data, location-based cell phone data, to see how many internal trips are within each of these areas. We can see from there how many would be eligible to take microtransit, and then we assumed a modal shift. We assume that microtransit will take time to ramp up. So your first year, your ridership is going to be lower. And then as people become more comfortable with the system, then your ridership will increase. For the system, we looked at wait times of 10, 20, and 30 minutes. And while the total ridership doesn't vary based on wait time, the shorter the wait time, the more it's going to cost the agency and the fewer riders per hour that you'll have. We use a cost estimate of $109.19 per hour. This is provided by El Metro, and this is their cost to operate buses per hour. And likely microtransit will not cost that much, but that's what we use for purposes of this study. As you can see here, these are our projections for ridership and cost over the first 3 years, hence that range. Like I said, also wait times impact the cost as well. In general, the projected ridership tends to correlate with the size of the zone and the potential trips, which is also impacting cost. So for the first year, you're looking at about $1 million, give or take a little bit, for most of the zones. Zone 3, which is smaller, is going to be about half that. And Zone 5, which is much larger, would be about 3 times that amount. In the report, which I believe was included in the supporting documentation, we have more information about the cost of vehicles, riders per hour, and total ridership by year. Okay. Per El Metro's request, we also looked at late night service. This would operate after the fixed routes end until 11 p.m. Since there's no fixed route coverage currently at this hour, we would have to include the whole city. To do so, we split the service area into 2 large zones. The area in the yellow is a common area downtown, so that would allow for transfers between the zones. So if you're coming from the north and you wanted to go to the south, you could transfer in that yellow area. That would also serve the border crossings. And here we just show ridership and annual costs for the first year. It's at a 30-minute wait time. The other zones, you can pick and choose which ones to implement, but in this case, you need to implement the whole system. So your first year cost is just over $2 million. Okay. As part of this study, we spoke to a number of people. We did some targeted interviews, and we also reached out to existing El Metro riders as well as the public. We developed a survey last fall. This was distributed both electronically and in person. We received about 130 responses to our 14-question survey. It was available in both English and Spanish. It asked about people's interest in microtransit, where they'd like to see it, what they'd use it for, and any concerns and thoughts. We also asked for general feedback on El Metro service as well. At the end of February, we also held an open house style public meeting at the Transit Center. And at this time, we actually presented the proposed zones to the public to obtain feedback. And what we were able to ascertain from all of this feedback that we received is that there is a high level of of interest in microtransit. Even if there were riders that personally wouldn't use it or be able to use it, they were definitely supportive of this new mode and thought that it would be beneficial to Laredo. Okay, and with that, I will turn it over to Jeff.
Thank you, Manisha. Good evening, council members, mayor.
Evening.
I'll wrap this up here pretty quickly. So in our recommendations in the document, what we describe is that within a zone, every zone has some existing fixed route service. That's why we're looking at this. Microtransit can generally perform an equal riders per hour performance as a very low performing fixed route. When you have demand for fixed routes that's higher, you might need to sustain both services. And microtransit in that case would primarily provide an accessible service across an area. But so what's visualized on the screen is that within the same zone in the west, you could potentially continue the existing C3 circulator, Riverside, or you could truncate it, or option 3 is remove the route entirely because you have the zone that can feed into the fixed route and there's some duplication in the service. This is the nature of the recommendations. There are cost efficiencies, but replacing, even reducing fixed route is not modeled to actually cover the entire cost of microtransit. So this is not a cost-saving measure, but it does improve the quality of the service because you might imagine in picture 1 there, that route is fairly circuitous, it's infrequent. And so to complete a trip on that route is quite confusing and challenging for riders. Probably one of the reasons it's also low performing. Microtransit could essentially serve the same trips for a modest increase in funds, but actually provide a much better experience to El Metro clients and your residents. So what we recommend is a 2-phase implementation. We would recommend that you initially pilot a couple of zones. Zone 1, far up north, that allows you to test the tractor trailer use case, which was some interest of the MPO and TxDOT, and also that zone in the west we just showed. These allow you to really explore this mode for El Metro to learn what it takes to operate it well, and how to adjust the zones over time. Then you could follow that up with the second phase of implementing the lessons you've learned to refine the zones and add zone 2 in the north and zone 4 in the east. And you could add zones wherever you as a board deem. This information would allow you to conceptualize the general requirements and the benefits. There are significant qualitative benefits. For El Metro, the agency can use smaller vehicles. Potentially long-term might be able to use non-CDL drivers. That's up for union negotiation. But also, bigger vehicles operating in these routes right now have hard left and right turns at times, very tight. It creates a less safe condition. There are other system benefits, which we detail in the document. As I conclude, I'll just simply highlight that in the plan, what we provide El Metro and the MPO is a playbook, if you will, the path to implement microtransit. You need a solid technology. You need to be able to implement that well, both for your staff as an agency, but also for the riders. And to be clear, the agencies operate this, those peers, they all provide the ability to book by phone, often by website and the app. You don't push people just onto the app. I think the unbanked population is challenged there, and also simply the mobile phone service they may be using when they cross the border. But you can provide this in multiple avenues. We detail that. One other quick thing this would enable El Metro to really continue to refine is that transfers. It'd be unfortunate to pick someone up on a microtransit vehicle and transfer them to a fixed route and ask them to pay a second fare. So El Metro would need to work out making sure that's not the case. And that would also bear benefits to the riders generally. Some riders who use El Lyft Paratransit, which is a fairly high cost per trip service, could actually complete same-day trips instead of having to reserve at least 24 hours in advance. That is also a significant life qualitative benefit. This service would require excellent marketing. Call it a transit ambassador, call it staff out on the street. If you're going to replace a fixed route, you could literally have the microtransit vehicle go drive that former route at the time points you used to serve with the bigger bus, and make sure you're not missing a rider who didn't hear yet about the new service. So there are ways to implement this where you don't leave anybody behind. Lastly, funding. This is considered a demand responsive service by the Federal Transit Administration. You can use your existing funding sources. You simply report it under the demand responsive mode. The late night service provides opportunity, as Manisha mentioned, potentially to incorporate some contractor role. There are agencies that broker part of their trips. This trip would be hard for us to serve. Let's send that to the private sector. There are ways to do that. There's many models. But what we provide in the document is some information on that. You use typical performance measures for this, but there's a few that are a little different. Because it's the same day on demand, you want to track shared rides, for example. Because this differs from Uber or Lyft or a taxi, because it is a public service and it is intending to use technology to create shared rides, not a one-person taxi service that is publicly subsidized. That's the importance of that technology to work very, very well. As you build ridership, it'll be easier to create the shared rides. That's also why you have that pickup window of up to 30 minutes, 20 minutes. You're not telling a rider we want to make you wait arbitrarily, but you're telling riders it allows, by you being flexible, it allows us to pool more rides and move a vehicle more efficiently. That's why there's a wait time.
Capacity of these vehicles, for how many people can you fit in?
Typically, these services use a minivan or a sedan. A lot of agencies, you want to make sure that you have a mix of wheelchair accessible vehicles, as with your other services. So at this time, we understand that there's, for the pilot period, El Metro has vehicles to implement this. But I think you'll hear RJ and his colleague Raymond talk about that there are also ways to capital lease a vehicle sooner than later.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I have a question for management. Why are we being presented this, and thank you for your presentation, by the way.
Our pleasure.
And your work. But why are we being presented this with a no action required item? Are we not being asked to do something, or we're just being told, and then what is the purpose of this agenda item? I'm confused.
Hi, yes, thank you, Juan Mendive, Director for the MPO. Yeah, what we're doing right now is a feasibility study, see if this is feasible. So at this time, we're not at the phase where we're ready for implementation to take any action. So we're just presenting the findings of the study. So us as staff, MPO, and Metro, but also you as elected officials can tell us what the next, or look at the next steps, and hopefully implement the service. As they mentioned, the recommendations, one of the recommendations is to initiate with a pilot in one of the zones, North Laredo and then the West Laredo. So
I understand that, but the item says no action, so why would you
Yeah.
bring this to us without a recommended action or some kind of plan?
this is just,
Excuse me?
Yeah, because it's just basically a study at this point, so we just wanted to present the findings. We just wanted that to be clear. So, because we know that there's a lot of, directions we can go with this. So I think at this time, we just wanted to provide the information on the findings of the study. So
Well, there
that's
are
our
a lot of
intention.
directions we can go, but we can't go anywhere tonight because there's no,
Yeah,
it
and I think,
specifically says
I
no
don't see,
action.
we can come back with an item, asking for direction. But at this time, we just wanted to present the findings.
What was
of
your
the
idea,
study.
Mr. Mendigo?
Councilman was first. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to know, it was your idea to bring this item?
Well, the MPO helped fund this study, so with El Metros, we've been working with them. So since the study is concluding, we're presenting the findings at this point. So we worked with El Metro to bring this item to you today. The
Okay.
item will also be at the MPO board on Wednesday
Okay.
as well.
I mean, if I may, right now, as it is, we just heard Mr. Neves, we're trying to find, save money as much as we can. I don't think it's time to do for pilots. I think we should do the study, go forward what we're doing, and then we come back with this and further later on the months. Because I think we're gonna give you a chance to come back to see the studies that you're trying to find out where we can save our monies. This might be something that it may save money for the community, but let Mr. Neb, the management, find everything that we have, and then we'll come back to it. That's my opinion.
Mayor, and yeah, just to piggyback on the council members' comments as well too, I think having the MPO look through this as well too and provide, because they help fund the study, they'll help provide us with some recommendations as to how to move this forward. I think the recommendation from the company is that the pilot project looks promising as to what we can get done, so, but we would want to bring it back, I would expect.
At some point,
Councilman, go
we're
ahead.
gonna come back, once the study is finalized and approved and whatnot, we're gonna come back and make recommendations to the council based on the feedback that we received from these findings. But also wanted you to hear a success story from another agency within HTG, that'd be Raymond Suarez, if we can. Allow him the opportunity. It's a very good question. Maybe we should have knocked out that no action.
Mr. Garza,
Or
I've
if I
got a
could
question and a comment.
recommend to amend that right now, that'd be great.
Mr. Garza, I've got a question and a comment.
Right.
The comment, it was mentioned that you have the vehicles already now.
We have-
has the vehicles now. What vehicles do you have available for this pilot program?
Through our ELIF program, we do have some vehicles available that we could use currently.
What vehicles do you have exactly that are
They're
ready now?
The smaller
The
paratransit.
circulators that we had requested in District 5 and District 7, because I requested that 4 years ago. Is that what you're talking about, those vehicles in particular?
I'm talking about 2 or 3 vehicles that we may have as spares, but we would have to
Which
I
are
would love
smaller
to repaint
buses?
them and
Are
remarket
these
them
smaller
for-
buses, Mr. Garza?
Excuse me?
Or are these smaller buses?
These are smaller buses.
Or are they minivans that were mentioned during the presentation?
These buses are under 15 passenger capacity. They're under that.
Under
So,
that?
Eventually, if we see a demand, let's say we do launch this program, we see a strong demand for this type of service, then we will make preparations on getting capital funding from the FTA and other assistance that we see that we could get capital funding to have nicer vans like you saw in some of the slides.
Right.
But those vans, ideally, there would be vans that have sliding doors from both sides, that'd be ADA accessible, and they'd possibly pick up maybe only 4 or 5 people at the max.
So if this were to pass, you all brought it back to us and we were to pass it, what's the time frame that you'd be able to have these vehicles available for the city?
I would probably, maybe Raymond, if you can help me with that. He's implemented this in another agency. He could probably help us with that, sharing that information.
Your name for the record, please.
My name is Raymond Suarez. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. It's my pleasure to be here. I reside in North Texas in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I've spent the majority of my career in transit. I'm an innovation leader for the Hendrickson Transportation Group. I've been deploying microtransit in over 15 cities very successfully. And there's a range of different products that can be used. What we're seeing a lot of is a blend it's a 40 transit or a 4 transit van. About a 14 passenger is usually the maximum, but it's a high ceiling, so it feels more like transit.
Sure.
It provides better accessibility in high density areas. You can also do it with a sedan or a minivan where there's less density, where your average ridership per hour is going to be 2 to 3 passengers. But I would say this, it typically takes about 6 months or less to deploy this solution once you pull the trigger, once you say yes. Microtransit can take a lot of different, it's not a panacea. It's not going to replace all your fixed route. But I had the pleasure of being here earlier, and I listened to this council and the effort that you go through to appreciate your community. The Hendrickson Transportation Group really takes pride in adding value to the communities. And the way you do it is not just with ridership, but it's actually improving accessibility. It's improving accessibility to eliminate food deserts, to increase or improve gaps in service. You get a higher frequency. Typically what I've seen across the country, without exception, is a very high customer satisfaction rate. So if you rate it from 1 to 10, it's usually around an 8 or 9. If you're looking at a 5-point scale, it's like 4.5, 4.6, 4.9. It is a little bit different, so it takes a little time, maybe a month for people to get used to it. But once they get used to it, you typically will see doubling in ridership in your first year. Okay. I know the Goodman Corporation said up to a year, but everything I've seen has actually shown a high level of efficiency. And to the earlier comments about cost savings, there is a tremendous opportunity once you've proven the pilot and you've dealt with things like transfers and fare policies. It's fairly complex to integrate and start it up, but once you do, it creates a tremendous amount of opportunity for efficiency. You can streamline your fixed routes. Your transfers will be more efficient. By streamlining your fixed routes, you can increase the productivity or frequency on those fixed routes, and then you're pushing people onto those to almost mimic like light rail systems. You can also take the microtransit vans that I've explained earlier and use them with wheelchair capacity to also do paratransit. So you can combine those services to make it more efficient. Right now, the way it's been explained is it's in addition to, but once you deploy it, it creates a tremendous amount of opportunity for you to become more efficient as a transit district.
So you're talking about approximately 6 months for it to get going, approximately is what
Correct.
you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And just to follow up to that, our ridership is still not what it was prior to COVID, correct?
Correct.
So we'd be able to save a lot of money when it comes to, because I've seen buses traveling up and down that are simply empty, 2 or 3 passengers at a time. That
can do a
that's
lot
a
with your
lot of
fixed
money
route.
spent right there. $100,000 on the bus itself, plus a staff to keep that moving, plus the gas that it takes to be moving it back and forth, plus the maintenance. That's plenty of. So this would save us a ton of money when it comes to if we were to implement this. Correct?
It stands the opportunity to do so depending on how you deploy it across your entire transit system. So what has not been done yet, to my knowledge, and I have spoken with the Goodman Corporation, is the transit district has not done a comprehensive operational analysis to look at how do you streamline those fixed routes? What is the feasibility of doing a system overhaul?
Have you seen that in Laredo here, the numbers of what our ridership is now, percentage-wise?
I have.
You have?
It's
What-
not. It's
what
not.
are we at now?
It's not dissimilar to what I've seen around the rest of the country, which is I would say the last 6 to 7 years has been a downturn in ridership.
Right.
What we have seen is once you go through a comprehensive analysis and you restructure your system, you see a return of that ridership and increases in that ridership. I serve as a general manager, a peer to RJ, at the Hill Country Transit District. It was 9 counties, 5 cities, and includes Fort Cavazos, the largest U.S. military heavy installation. We have doubled our ridership in less than 6 months. We expect to see even greater ridership gains, and we did exactly that. We restructured our fixed routes. We feed our fixed routes with microtransit. I was also the executive director, CEO of the Denton County Transportation Authority, one of the peers that has been reviewed. We also did the same thing. We streamlined our fixed routes. We put in microtransit, very high ridership gains, customer satisfaction. We've actually achieved highest ridership figures in the transit history once we did that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Yes,
that.
go ahead.
Thank you. So I wanted to thank you very much. I know that this has been a work in progress. I was one of the people who took the survey. I was really appreciative that the suggestion to include those medical offices in Zone 4, that you listened and you were able to incorporate that. Because I think, at least for the people that I represent, having access to medical services is critical. And you would assume it would be the people who need it most or the people who are looking for public transportation. I'm glad also that there's an emphasis on marketing because as you were telling us, people have to know it's available in order for there to be use. And I think especially I represent a long finger of city limits, right? That there is not a lot of circulation there, even for private cars or personal cars. That to have the ability to be more in control and not have to go all the way to downtown before you can reach those critical services of groceries and medical offices, it's so important. And I really look forward to this developing. I know Zone 4 is the second round, but I will trust that you will begin to examine those numbers and perhaps see if there's a feasible way to bring it up a little bit sooner.
Let me
But
just add
thank you
one
very
thing,
much.
if I may. The technology has really been a tectonic shift in how we move people. You want to move. It's really not even about increasing ridership. It's adding value to your community by weaving mobility into the fabric of how people live in Laredo. When things change, you can hire the best economists. I used to work at Dallas Area Rapid Transit in the budget office. My background is finance and strategy. And the economy can shift very quick. With COVID, human behavior changed. You started getting Uber and Walmart and a lot of companies starting to deliver to home. So not only did travel patterns shift, but human behavior shift in how they consume product. We were talking earlier about border crossings being down. Those shifts are very hard to do with fixed route transit and paratransit that overlays on top of fixed route. You see those immediately with this microtransit because you're getting very rich data immediately. You can see hotspots and where people are getting picked up and dropped off, and those hotspots will change so you can shift your resources where they need to go. Another major development that's only happened in the last 6 months and still developing is the integration of more of a brokerage service where you actually hire your own drivers and operate service, but you also integrate Uber and Lyft so they can extend into later hours. They can operate at a lower cost per hour, and the system will determine which resource to actually deploy at the right time at the best value. And you get to, the transit district employees will get to make that decision and can tweak that literally by fractional daytime, by time of day, time of night, by day or weekend, and which resource actually gets deployed. So it makes it a lot more efficient. And that is the hope that I think staff is bringing to you. They wanted to provide the detail, the analysis and the data to support it. But I've been in transit over 40 years. I've been doing this for the last 15 years. The best way to do it is get out there, try it. And the technology, once you've deployed it, will give you the ability to make changes very fast. And my check isn't signed here, but I would make you a promise that you will be happy if you do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation.
Mayor,
Yeah, who's next? Go ahead.
You know, right now, I'm just excited, to hear all this transit movement and being part of the FBO. It's an awesome, program that we're trying to bring to the community. My question is, you said something that came to me is like, we finance these vehicles by grants, by grant money, or how do we finance these vehicles? We start off with grants or?
We always tend to, let's say like the buses we recently purchased, that was through 2 grants. And that was an 15% local match, which comes out of the transit sales tax, right? So the same thing, same option with the vans. It would probably be maybe an 80-20 match.
So
we would
my thing is, we purchased these buses, which are 19 buses, we're replacing these buses. If we already had this in mind, this conversation in mind of bringing the transit system, why go out and buy 19 new buses?
This service is to help complement fixed route. We're very successful with our fixed route system. There are only a few little routes that may not be as successful. The circulator routes haven't been as successful as we or as originally intended, right? Microtransit is very much like the circulator routes, but it helps us to be able to service more areas that we are unable to service right now currently. Imagine that, and at a later time, up to we mentioned till 11 p.m. It's very successful. It can be even longer than that. But we're going to have we would have vehicles that would be able to transport people to different areas that we can't get to right now. And they can, instead of having to come all the way downtown, as mentioned, and hop on a bus, they can get picked up with this on-demand service with an app. They can do their own registration. They can, and so they can come and go to a certain particular area and offer them a transfer.
I'm not mistaken here, you're describing just like if it's an Uber, Lyft, even a taxi, right? You're describing a taxi, a Lyft, and an Uber. That's where you're.
This is very similar to an Uber, Lyft, and taxi service.
So we'll be competing against taxi, Uber, and Lyft, or?
Taxis are usually transport only one person or 2 people of the same family or whatever. We would be able to transport a shared ride. This would be more of a shared, very much like the Lyft program, where So as long as they register, and they want to do their, schedule an appointment or schedule their ride, they can pay for it on the app, they can, you know, those are all the things that we're gonna have to, but we wanna hear the feedback from you as far as, is this something that y'all would really like for us to consider and
Well, for me right now, it's just, what I'm seeing is that we just went through a presentation of Mr. Webb saying that we're trying to find a way to save money, cut down on programs, cut down on as much things as we can. For me, it's just whatever management recommends, you know, we should do. You know, I think we should, you know, follow up with the management.
Yeah. A low performing fixed route.
I just wanna, kind of wrap up with my comments here on that. Again, we appreciate the work. I know Councilmember Gutierrez and I brought this up in our first term, probably 4 years ago or so, the need for more circulators, and we had discussed that. I think you weren't here yet, RJ, it was before your time, but, I do know that this is something that the council has been pushing is efficiency, and so I mean, it's a great plan. We just can't take action tonight. I think it would be good for us to see something that could be implemented at little to no cost before, because we do have this moratorium now. But we definitely should have this conversation during the next budget cycle so we can start to implement some of these things. But, you know, it's just, tonight, the item doesn't allow us to take action, so, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
It was our pleasure to work on behalf of the region. It's been a delight to get to know Laredo better. Last time I'd been here, I was 12. Did the whole walk across the border thing, and that was awesome. And but it's been a real pleasure. This does have potential for your community and your existing riders and new riders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. See you Wednesday.
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I request that we turn to item 71? We have some
But
people.
first, my point of order, we gotta, go reset.
Oh, thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to motion to adjourn as the Laredo Mass Transit Board and reconvene as the Laredo City Council.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
I'd like to move that we bring up item 71. We do have people waiting to
I'll
present.
second that motion.
Motion, been 71.
71 and
Second.
69 after.
All in favor?
71 and 69 after.
Okay. So, and 69, that's part of the motion. All in favor? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Thank you, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
This is my item, discussion with possible action regarding the request by the Society of the Martha Washington sponsorship of the Colonial Ball and Pageant to be held at the same Auto Arena on February 2026 in preparations to events demonstrated financial impact on tourism and hotel occupancy. You know, I know it's a tradition, you know, having the Marthas. We heard it earlier by Mr. Avila. He was very, you know, excited, saying how, you know, this has been tradition for many years, right? Even before I was born, you know. Something I've seen, I enjoy when I go to the parades. I enjoy seeing the Martha, seeing those big dresses. It's a beautiful, you know, event. You know, I've never been part of it, but I've seen the parade. I brought this, you know, this item to the agenda just to show and see if we can go into some, you know, conversations with the city management, and see if we can introduce something and come with something more reasonable and you know, more, how I want to say it, más que le puede ayudar más a la gente, ¿verdad? So that's what we're trying to do. If anything, I want to make a motion, ask management to go into negotiations with the Martha Society and come back with a recommendation.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Discussion?
Yes, I wanted to know if these ladies wanted to speak a little bit about the tradition. I also was happy to co-sponsor with Councilmember Rangel because it does represent such a rich part of our history. It's an integral part of the Washington's birthday celebration. It really reflects in everywhere you see this part of society that has debutantes, and they come forward, and it's part of how we look forward to the future leaders, or we expect them, right, to be future leaders for our community. but I do think it adds a particular richness and uniqueness to our celebration here that has its fama, not only here in our region, but all the way to Washington DC. So with that, if there's anything that you would like to add, but we will be moving to negotiate with management.
Okay. Well, good evening. My name is Elva Chamberlain Puig. I am the current president of the Society of Martha Washington. And with me today is Tammy Summers, former Martha and president-elect, along with Tina Sarda and Veronica Castillon, who are past presidents as well.
And she was also Martha.
Oh, that's right. And she was also Martha. Look at that. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us here this evening. We are so very honored to be able to share with you our traditions, and we look forward to discussing with Mr. Neb and talk about negotiations and hoping we can find a way to come together so that we can continue our 86th tradition of having our colonial pageant and ball. We are very much a big part of Laredo. We feel that we provide such a unique experience for all involved, and we just hope that we are able to, to continue to do so. But first and foremost, we definitely thank the council for the last 5 years with the agreement between ASM and ASM Global and the city of Laredo. Without those funds, the pageant that we put on and the experience that our participants and our guests are involved in would not be able to take place, without using the same arena. So again, we thank you very much for that.
Mayor, I'd just like to make one
Yes,
more point.
go ahead.
I think there also is a recognition that because the city does not have a civic center, the city does not have a convention center at this time, that we do have a responsibility to, in my opinion, to support events that are in need of those facilities.
Correct.
I hope in the future that, in the near future, at least while we're on council, that we can resolve this issue, but it does present a real challenge. And so I don't think that any celebration should be held back, especially one so rooted in tradition, simply because the city has not been able to provide that venue. So thank you
Yes, and that
for
venue
working
is
with
very
us.
much important. So, every year we have over 1,200 guests, and so a venue like the Sames Auto Arena is definitely something that is needed.
Absolutely. Can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to echo what Mr. Ross just said. We, as a city, have to provide, knowing that this is not going to go away. We need to be prepared to formulate a plan that is better suited for both the city and for WBCA. And that was my conversation earlier with Mr. Neb, which brings to mind that the convention center is going to be properly suited for your needs.
We have about 300 members who will support you on that.
And the reality is because, in working more efficient, we realized that the arena is a little bit too big, right? The Civic Center was a little bit too small. So we need to put something together that can work for you all and can work for the city at the same time. And that's probably, you all are gonna be talking about that. It's one of the greatest things that can happen to Laredo every year, 86 years, is this function that you guys do. So it's something that's in our DNA, so we need to pursue it.
I want to add for the record that we are, I'm sorry, my name is Tammy Summers.
Thank you.
I'm always ready to talk. Former teacher, always a teacher. We are, in our community, our society, we also have a civic footprint. And I don't think a lot of people know that. We do have a scholarship fund. We send a bunch of students every year to Washington, D.C. to learn about government. We have a Pink Walk that we've started 3 years ago. All the proceeds go to Mercy Clinic to support breast cancer patients. And we also visit the schools as, we call it history, like in action or something. Living history. So we aren't just the ladies who lunch. We're all professional working people, very active in the community. And I moved here in 1972, so I'm not native, right? But I've been here forever. I grew up watching it, wanting to be a part of it. I married into a family that is participatory in it. It's been such a experience My kids have experienced it. Everybody who experiences it, they really do come out better. I also like to look at, like San Antonio has Fiesta, right? Corpus Christi has Buccaneer Days. Laredo has, you know, the WVCA Washington celebration, and we're a part of that. We aren't it, but we're a part of it, like Pocahontas. And so we just need some help because we don't have a place to bow. So thank you.
So, Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Before we go for the question, you said about scholarships and something that's very interesting, you know, social media is being going at it. You know, that it's only for one side, it's a certain demographic, right? So my thing is to you, is asking you, is there any specific way that the, you know, high schools can apply, Cedar from high school seniors that are graduate from United South, Cigarroa High School, OBJ,
We have them
from the South, can you present that application and see how they can, you know, if they qualify, and what are the requirements?
We do it through the
And,
counselors.
You know, I understand, but it's just,
Yeah.
I'm just putting out for the record.
Right.
Because people think that it's just on certain demographics.
Yes.
And if you can't just show us the history of all the scholarships that the Martha Society has provided. So we can, you know, show them, say, this is what you've done, and something that we can send back to the community.
Thank you, Councilmember Rangel. I'm Tina Cerda for the record. I was just thinking right now when we saw the high school football, I mean, not the basketball
Basketball,
team,
Alexander.
we could potentially bring our scholarship recipients to the council if they'd be willing to attend, and that would give you a real visual of who these students are. We actually match the kids up with a member of the club who we call a madrina, and that madrina helps make sure that student has everything that they need, from luggage fare, suitcases,
Spending money.
clothing, to make this trip
And
to
they can navigate
DC
an
where they
airport
do
afterwards.
a leadership program, and it is one of the most rewarding and beautiful facets of our overall organization. So I love the idea that we need to elevate that experience so that more members of the community are aware that it happens. And it's about 20
to 25 students
Can
every year.
can I add that this is an immense opportunity for our students to go
Name for the
visit-
record, please.
Your name.
Oh, Veronica Castion, excuse me. Lots of these students who have been given the opportunity to go to Washington DC have never been north of the checkpoint. So this is their first trip out of Laredo, out of Webb County, without their parents and with new people that they're going to meet, and it changes their lives. They come back, I want to serve my community. I want to run for office. I want to go to college. And that's a great impact on our community. And it includes every high school in Laredo.
Thank you,
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, make a motion, but there's a question on the floor.
A motion?
Second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. We'll be
Thank you.
back.
All right. Next.
Happy birthday.
Yes, it is his birthday.
Whose birthday is that?
Mr. Neb.
We're starting negotiations already.
That was it.
Yeah, he looks pretty good for 21, right? Really good for 21. I think.
Starting negotiations already.
Here we go.
All right. Next item. 69.
So the church, you would be in trouble for life.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Discussion with possible action to support a partnership proposal between the City of Laredo and the Rio Grande International Studies Center for the submission of FY 2026 Community Project funding requests to the Office of U.S. Representative Henry Cuellar through a letter of commitment for the following proposed public improvement projects: the creation of trails and a trailhead at the Sola property in South Laredo, invasive species removal and reforestation efforts at Slaughter Park Trails, and the development of trailheads, neighborhood connections, and reforestation along the Zacatec Creek linear trail system and any matters incident thereto. First of all, I would like to thank Councilmember Ricardo Rangel and Councilmember Ricardo Garza for co-sponsoring the item. And I would also like to commend the mayor and city manager Neb for bringing forward the efficiency study. And it's encouraging to see that most of what is outlined in the report reflects conversations we had during our CPM class in 2023. So I'm especially glad to see these ideas moving forward in a formal way. So I'm bringing we are bringing these items forward not to request new funding, but to request that we support these proposals that could bring federal funding to spaces and public lands that we have owned for decades, and that have been long neglected, particularly in the South and inner city. And if we choose not to act, this isn't just a missed opportunity, it's a decision to leave these neighborhoods behind. I've invited Ms. Tricia Cortez and Daniel Nicholson. Yeah. Thank you. For a quick presentation on reviewing the proposals. And I would just like to urge everyone to consider the cost of doing nothing. Just this past March, the river bend behind the Laredo College went up in flames, and as I had sent Mr. Neb a message earlier, after his correspondence between all of us, of also requesting what the resources that get expended for having to put out these wildfire, grass fire fires. And so, yes, so anyway, thank you. And so I hope we get that assessment soon.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm supporting this item. We had some conversation, when you asked. I love the conversation. I had the opportunity to go to a slaughter park and see those veins that were eating the other plants, the native plants and stuff. I know city manager Valdez joined us, and it was a nice day. We saw the difference. We saw all that. I've heard that you guys came back and there was community involvement on cleaning all those areas. I think it was back in March, right? And I saw the difference. There's a lot of difference. But right now, I just want to make sure when you go do the presentation, there's some things that we spoke about, and hopefully, we see that it's going to be beneficial for the community. Especially, I see the solar project, which is one of the right next to the riverbank of the Rio Grande. It's a new subdivision that has not been developed yet. It's still and it works, but it will bring a lot of green spaces for the community that is going to be there in the future. So, but hopefully we can come into understanding. We can come into our conversations, and let's see your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and thank you, council members, and happy birthday, Mr. Neb. Tricia Cortez with the Rio Grande International Studies Center, and Daniel Nicholson. He's our Chief Operating Officer, Laredoan, and also he somehow is the CEO of non-dairy ice cream company Nadamu, based in Austin. So coming back to Laredo after some time away. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and we listened very carefully to the conversation on your efficiency study, and understand that these DOGE principles, we feel this falls in line with that mission, because DOGE isn't just about spending money, but it's about investing properly and efficiently. And we know that investments attract investments. And all of your city adopted plans, you have a beautiful 2021 Parks Open Spaces Master Plan that shows how parks, and it has 6 main goals, and it shows how parks do a variety of things, and it spurs the economy, and it generates tourism, it provides a safe place for a lot of people, and creates healthy communities and other things. So with that, thank you for the opportunity. We wanted to go through this congressional earmark opportunity that's being offered through the Office of Henry Cuellar. This is going to come through the agency of HUD, through their program, the Economic Development Initiative. It is not a standard grant. It's a congressionally directed initiative managed by Congress, but they would probably be the administering agency. The program targets a wide variety of things from housing and homelessness, but especially public facilities and parks and community engagement. And you can see that here. The eligible candidates, it is local government, but nonprofits can be partners or sub-award recipients. There is not a monetary match requirement, and we were on a short fuse with this. Initially, they had sent out a notice and the deadline was April 10th. We didn't make that deadline, even though their office called us, and then they reopened the application process on May 6th and kept reaching out to us saying, y'all are working on a lot of good stuff. Can you put something forward? And that deadline was May 14th, so it was a very short fuse. And we got something turned in. They didn't require a super detailed budget, just a skeleton one for now, with a letter of commitment from local government. It is an extremely, extremely competitive process, and it takes months to go through that. Their expectation is that any project that does get awarded, you would expend the funds within 12 months. How much could you get? There's no straight answer. It is highly variable. So the three projects that we wanted to put forward, what Councilmember Ritchie mentioned, and that was Slaughter Trails and the Sola Trails, because we've had site visits with city management, department, agencies, and also local departments, economic development and parks, as well as elected officials. And then the Zacate Creek linear trails, which is upstream from where a lot of work is currently happening also. And, I think with this HUD initiative, it's an opportunity what your Viva Laredo and your 2021 Parks Master Plan is after, and that is creating equitable distribution of parkland, especially in underserved areas. So with this, we really wanted to focus on Central Laredo and South Laredo to provide these opportunities with really beautiful, stunning assets that you already have. So just very quickly, the key project components for these three proposals we're putting forth involve trails, either creating or enhancing for walkability, bikeability. That's highlighted in so many of your city adopted plans, creating trailheads, native tree plantings with climate resilient shade trees, and then drip irrigation, trying to power that with solar water meters. Removal of invasives, especially as Councilmember Ritchie said, Slaughter Park. And then looking at SOLA, you have a dormant city-owned property that was purchased through HUD CDBG funds. And there's an opportunity there to have programming for the community in those neighborhoods. And then the last two, really, it's trying to open up connectors into neighborhoods that lack the accessibility. And what makes this unique, and I think the reason why the Congressman's office was reaching out to us, is we have a beautiful model that we're developing with you all, and that's at Las Palmas and with Azteca, and providing skills building training and providing on-site seasonal work for residents. So the facts here, these three proposals deal with city-owned property, Central and South Laredo, stunning ecologically and culturally valuable assets. Laredo has the birds, and birders come here from all over, not just the United States, but many countries. And these sites, no les faltan. And so they're there. And these are located, however, in the middle of very historically underserved, low-wealth neighborhoods. The current conditions of these properties, they're underutilized to a large degree. Some are in a state of neglect and deterioration. As Council Member Alisa mentioned, there is a wildfire risk, particularly at Slaughter and Sola. There is a general lack of trails. There are lack of trailheads and other amenities, and limited accessibility. There's minimal or lack of connection into neighborhoods. The way North Central Park has been beautifully built out to connect very directly into those neighborhoods, that is missing in the south and in the central part of the city. And this Zacate Creek linear stretch is devoid of tree canopy, which makes it difficult for people to really enjoy. And you'll see there the site visits that we made back in January. The good thing is you're not starting from scratch. At SOLA, you have a HUD fund, a property purchase through HUD funds on very beautiful riverfront property, extremely scenic views. And we also did a public art commission there, hoping that in the future, this was gonna create something beautiful for that community. And then at Slaughter Trails, as Councilmember Ritchie said, we started restoration work slowly, right? We did this at the big event, and we put in proposals for more restoration work to private foundations and government agencies. Zacate Creek, the proposed target area that we're looking at, I'm going to show you a map in just a minute. The leverage with monies that we have to add value is a couple of things. We received a grant from the Mellon Foundation recently. It's a 2-year grant, and part of it is we spent a lot of time on this one, and it would be working with a local engineering firm, Crane Engineering, to develop an environmental and cultural blueprint, do all the environmental hydrological studies, get a historian in there, and get into those neighborhoods to figure out how people use or don't use the park and what they would like to see from that linear trail. Coca-Cola and Osprey, I know y'all worked hard on this for a couple of years. There's a beautiful litter catchment installation there. And then we also worked on a public art commission there, The Plight of the Monarch, a very large public mural at Eliseo Valdez Park. And then further downstream, not part of this project, there is the $7.6 million ORLAP grant that the city was awarded, one of only 14 in the United States, and then a congressional earmark to the city for $1 million, and then we got a $2 million congressional earmark, and again, that was a few years ago. So just very briefly, the Slaughter Trails restoration, Slaughter is incredibly unique in that it is probably the one city park that has the oldest and tallest native trees there. But it's dying a slow death. It is being strangled literally by red coral vine and these other invasives. And it's not a very large area, but it's beautiful, and something has to get done to prevent its demise. And so this project would call for systematic removal of invasives, reforest with native shade trees, improve or enhance the existing trails, get into those neighborhoods, provide skills training and some seasonal work opportunities, and then have community revitalization planning to support your climate resiliency goals. So this is the map. You'll see there the trails are not very huge from Chacon on down south to the river, and y'all have a really nice city nursery that sits near the property, or in that property too. Just some photos that were taken during our January visits with council members Ritchie and Alisa and Mr. Valdez and Miss Miriam and some other folks. But this place has like prize birds, chachalacas, and all sorts of parrots and parakeets, and just beautiful, beautiful places, orioles, that a lot of people go to see. But if you see that middle picture, it looks really lush and amazing, but that is a Shakespearean type of strangulation that's happening there. And so the proposed budget that we put together of a detailed budget, consulting with several engineers and architects to make sure we could do this adequately, and we did submit a skeleton one to the congressman's office, because there's more time for that later down the road with them, as we learned in the last time. And I think we forwarded this to Councilmember Alisa, who requested this as well. So we've done this with all the projects: personnel, fringe benefits, equipment, supplies, professional services, construction costs that are direct, as well as professional services, which is engineering, all of your assessments, irrigation, irrigators, all sorts of professional services. Other tends to be the training and the on-site work for the neighborhood residents. And then the de minimis, we do 7%, universities do almost 50%, and even Henry doesn't like the 7%, but we still put that. And then a contingency to allow for any unknowns. Moving on to SOLA. This place has the potential to become a regional birding site with the right type of attention, and it's so scenic, and the birds are there, and but it is degraded because you have the prevalence of a monoculture invasive species that has taken root there. And so, but there is opportunities there to support ecotourism. And then down the road, for the purposes of this grant, because it's federally purchased with CDBG, it's very strict with ADA compliance. So we just kind of looked at the first floor, not the 2 floors, but to try to bring it to life, and maybe down the road to recoup some of your investments, you can contract with other third parties to use it to provide programming, and that becomes a revenue source for the city. So the proposed improvements there are that renovation, create a formal trailhead like the way North Central Park has, and walking paths, reforesting, and the rest, the skills training, and with the neighborhood residents. This is that map. It is populated by increasingly dense residential areas that don't have a lot of green space to access and go to. That's the building, that's the riverfront area, and there's Councilmember Ritchie right there with Mr. Tommy. And this budget, we put forth 1.65 million, again, just kind of keeping the stuff on the top the same. Professional services, and then the construction costs are much higher because that included an assessment of the building with a master plumber, electrician, all that kind of stuff, and then a renovation of that first floor, in addition to putting in some trails and trailheads, and maybe a 10-space parking area was budgeted in there because that's missing. The last one, Zacate Creek, the trails revitalization. This is Laredo's longest linear park, and it has the potential to develop into something really attractive. And it is a transportation mobility asset for a lot of people in a very underserved area. But it's hard to use because it bakes in the sun, there's no shade. So these improvements call for reforestation to boost cooler microclimates there, create several formal trailheads that would connect into the neighborhoods, and enhance your trail system there. A lot of your adopted city plans called for shared use paths, right, which are wider so that they allow for both pedestrian and biking to happen simultaneously. And then again, working with the neighborhood residents and some planning. And this is from más o menos, from about Dr. Ike's to Market. We didn't touch anything south of Market because that's the Orlap happening, and then our own work down over at Las Palmas. But if you go there, these are photos I took today, the neighborhoods can't really connect in there. This is like the end of Reynolds, if I'm not mistaken, or O'Kane by the creek. And you'll see this, I ran into this young man, and he today, we just started chatting, and I really would like for you to listen to his story.
Hello, my name is Jonathan.
Oh wait, sorry. Could we make that louder so y'all can hear it and have the opportunity to hear it? How do we do that?
I think there's a volume. Oh, it's maxed out.
Yeah. Oh, if public access did. I think he gave the thumbs up, right? See? Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Medrano. I am a graduating senior at Harmony School of Excellence here in Laredo, and I am myself in the Zacate Creek, which is I'd say my most frequented spot in the past year, given that I take this exact path to and from school every day. It takes me around an hour, 45 minutes if I'm quick to get to school, which has made it very convenient for me throughout the whole school year to be able to get to school on time and be able to graduate how I'm doing today. One way though that I could, that this creek could be bettered, which would be my only gripe, would be the lack of compassion for pedestrians. We have a lot of sun here in Laredo, obviously. It's killing me right now. We have a lot of sun. We could benefit from using more vegetation, trees, even shrubs could help. More leisurely spots like benches and even hydration stations for pedestrians and even the less fortunate. My name is Jonathan Medrano, and this was my message to the City Council.
I asked him to be here today if he could join, but he's graduating at 6 o'clock. But he wants to stay involved, which is great.
Hello, my name is
I'm sorry. So this one, the budget that we put forward is a lot bigger because we focused on a lot of funding for the trails. If it was a more enhanced and expanded type of trails and formal trailheads, and so that is making this budget higher than the rest for that reason. And they're all drip irrigation. I think we mentioned that already, sorry. And I just wanted to touch on the community engagement model that has started to happen through the Azteca neighborhood and in this partnership that we're doing with the city. And it has given a lot of these residents something to be excited about and given them purpose and sense of ownership, and they go and they do the work and are protective of these places. And so we have skills building trainings and workshops with them in the field to understand how to identify, tag trees, and identify invasives, meetings with Border Patrol. This is the work that they do out there in the field, tagging trees, cleaning up. They're building a little nursery of the Anaqua tree, really trying to plant these seeds of resilience that they then want to be able to plant and use later. And then, as we mentioned, investments attract investments, and so there's other partnerships that have formed, creative partnerships, because the residents have gotten together and they're more united, and they don't have a community space for us to meet, so we would meet at the basketball court in like full sun. It was pretty rough. But because of that, there was a partnership with the Zacate Creek Creatives that redid that basketball court, and through Councilmember Alisa's initiative, now they've got tarp there, and we can have meetings. We just had one yesterday. So with tacos, with that they shave like that and put pineapple on the pork. It was nice. So overall, the goals of such a public investment is that it promotes ecotourism and potential local business development. As you can see, like Golondrina and other areas that have formed around North Central Park, people just want to be there. And you create attractive, high quality recreational amenities that we believe Central Laredo and South Laredo deserves. You provide skills training and seasonal work for residents that creates pride of place and sense of community ownership, gives residents something to be excited about, and improve Laredo's quality of life. And the partnership roles, if this award were to be granted for any of these, it is very competitive, as I mentioned, and there's a lot of steps more to go. But essentially, the city would be the recipient, and the city would, like with Las Palmas, would execute an MOU with us for right of entry to do the survey work, design work, construction work. We would review product submittal, the city would review product submittal recommendations based on the contractors. The city would, of course, oversee construction operations with on-site inspections to make sure everything complies with city code, and then maintain and operate new drip irrigation systems, which are not costly in the sense of their water usage, and the newer ones require much less maintenance. Risk's role in this would be as with project management. We'd be responsible for all the PS&E. We'd be responsible for construction administration and the liability insurances that go along with all of that. And we'd also coordinate the community outreach, the skills training and seasonal work hires from residents in those surrounding neighborhoods, like that young man, Jonathan Medrano. He wants to do it. There's so many things to point out in your city adopted plans. Viva Laredo, so many people asked for walkability and mobility, and it touches on like several of your chapters: land use patterns, urban design, mobility, sustainability, health because of the physical activity, parks and economic development. Your 2021 Parks Open Space Master Plan, it's a beautiful document, and there's so much alignment there. And then your Rio Grande Vega Lands Master Plan, which also connects with Zacate Creek and calls for that. And that's just the overall summary.
All right. Mr. Neb, how much would this cost the city in money? And what would be your recommendation?
Mayor, let me walk through the recommendations. So, we acknowledge, exactly with what Risk has stated. The project's alignment does match up to the broader community goals that the city has. So that's a really good part of this thing. I think the city is willing to be the lead applicant for the purposes of this submittal, subject to some additional administrative review. I think the city's support should be contingent upon having a conversation, creating a more detailed improvement and implementation plan. Again, I got to see the earmark document on Saturday, so there's a lot of work. We just have a short time frame to get the work done. That's why I'm stating that it should be a conditional letter of commitment from us. But I want to talk about a more detailed improvement and implementation plan. I enjoy the last two slides here as well too for that. Want to define stewardship and maintenance strategy established within the structure so that we understand exactly how we're going to work within that. A mutually agreed sub-recipient agreement with Risk between the city, outlining all these responsibilities in greater detail, and then a confirmation that no unfunded obligations will be placed on the city. The challenge we have with some of these things is that if we don't define some of this in just a blanket letter of commitment, either HUD or Congressman's office will think that the city's going to take on the full commitment of finishing the project if this doesn't complete everything. The agreement may require us to absorb any compliance and financial burdens not covered by the grant, and any waiver of future negotiations within that if we accept the grant. And so, with all of those things said, the city does support providing a conditional letter of commitment. We're happy to serve as that. These projects may compete against some of the projects that we've already put in, but it's not like we haven't done that before. We hope for the best when we initiate all these projects within there. I haven't spoken with Congressman Cuellar yet because I'm not sure exactly what all projects he'll be putting forward within his, because I think he gets up to 15 is essentially what some of the numbers look like. But that'd be my recommendation. That's the reason why I would like to, if the council will entertain this, create it for a conditional letter of commitment so that we can kind of walk through those things. I don't think we have to have them all done in time to do the submittal for the grant application. It's just that, and we've done this, just so you know, I mean, Risk in the city, we've been cleaning up these agreements as well too, to make sure that we all know what we're supposed to do. So this is not out of the ordinary for either one of us. And so,
And the approximate cost with
Well,
the city?
I think based upon what we're hearing here, based upon the one slide there may be some nominal costs on the water, but once the project is done, if we were successful in all three of the projects, based on just a very quick preliminary, the city will need to absorb about $260,000 within the Parks Fund in order to help maintain parks. Right now, we're not putting money into it, and that's why it's kind of gotten away from us all. The riverbank and the trail systems and everything else. But I think the nature of it, when you start maintaining them to the level of what our expectations are, we expect that you're going to see a $260,000 increase within our budget is the estimate currently, just based upon just the really quick numbers. The SOLA building will be maybe a little bit higher because we are trying to implement $2 per square foot for maintenance costs as well too. But
So that would be, is that additional to what, we have right now? Do you have an estimate of how much the solar, because we already invested some money into it.
Yeah.
And I know if anything, we're gonna invest money from the grant or from the ER funds.
Yeah, and Councilmember, just know that right now the city does not spend a lot of, and Councilmember Figueroa, that's what she was talking about a little bit. We're not putting a lot of money into maintaining these rec paths. We go through there occasionally. Everybody kind of goes through occasionally and cleans them up a little bit. But once they become maintained, we have to go back on a more regular basis to make sure that they're maintained. That's where the new cost is going to come from. We don't have it in the budget today. We either have to reduce some of the work that we're already doing in Parks and Recreation to make room for it, or we have to.
Well, if anything, Mr. Neves, if I'm supportive of this item. If anything, if we have to add extra money right now, since we're we're trying to save money as much as we can, and we gotta wait for the SOLA, I'm more willing to just to back off for right now and go for the other part. I just don't want the M&O to go high and something that we don't have planned right now, and then, we're gonna be,
And,
or something
and,
to buy.
and what I wanted, and that's why I recommend the conditional letter of commitment, so that we can move this thing forward, we can keep it going, we can actually work these things out, because, these areas, while they're identified within the plans, but they're not on our CIP. I mean, I'll say that as well too. But they're important to us, because we have recognized the heart of the river, and trying to make sure that we utilize it to our advantage as well too. So that's why I recommend the conditional letter of commitment.
Yeah. I would like to make a motion in line with your recommendations. Motion second.
Second, go for the question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, when, Mr. Neff, when you're talking about, and I appreciate, thank you, Councilmember Rangel, for reminding us about the need to be fiscally responsible. I think, though, that the time frame for this particular grant, it's going to be months before we find out whether the projects are chosen. There'll be time in the next budget cycle, which was the intent of your motion previously, to be able to look at the next budget and decide and make determinations what that budget can do. And if, the budget needs to be increased for maintenance and operations for something like this proposal, there's still a cushion of time to be able to plan and include it in our budget. And as far as the remarks on our CIP plan, I think this is why we had a strategic planning meeting not long ago. And I do believe we came forward with some ideas about moving forward, but we're still lacking. We need more meetings to be able to make a determination about what particular projects are going to move the vision that we're sharing with you forward, and have that plan in place. Because, they mentioned the 2008 Rio Grande Vega Lands Master Plan, which is supportive of this type of development. And one of the specific goals, the first goal, is long-term development over a 10 to 20-year time frame of a regional interconnected system of linear parks and greenways and trails of approximately 4 miles within the River Vega land to support riverfront development. So this aligns very much with what previous councils have been trying to do. So the fact that it is not properly represented in the CIP plan just means that final step, we keep creating these plans. We've had a vision document about riverfront development. We keep creating these plans, and then they go sit on some shelf and get musty and dusty. And instead, we need to now incorporate that into our CIP so that the vision that we have for developing our #1 natural resource can actually occur in a managed, fiscally responsible way, so that our kids don't have to keep waiting for when that development is going to occur. And the 2008 Rio Grande Vega Lands Master Plan makes it very clear that one of the principal goals of it all is economic development. Because when you create beautiful green spaces, which is what San Antonio has done, Tulsa has done, Tampa has done, St. Petersburg, Florida has done, they've sunk millions, and in some cases in San Antonio, they unearthed a creek in the middle of their downtown, the San Pedro Creekway, at a cost of $270 million. But they have attracted billions of dollars, over $1 billion, of new economic activity along those edges. So this is not just, let's make something pretty and we'll play there, and perhaps it's not a priority. This is a real intent to improve the quality of life, but also spur economic development. So I would just like to see, I'm happy to see that we're supporting this proposal, because I think it's very important. I think it aligns with our previous goals, but I also think we need to be more serious about how we formalize and strategize continued development of our natural resource for our own economic benefit.
Any other discussion?
Just one more.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd just like to echo some of the sentiments of Councilman Rangel and Mr. Roy here. We just need to understand, and one of the reasons I'm supporting it, as I said earlier, is because we are taking a step back on it. The fact that, while all of this is wonderful, the idea is wonderful, I talked to Mr. Neb about, this city moving at one speed and the rest of the world moving at another speed. And that's one of the reasons that and we're always trying to catch up. And one of the things that I wanted to make absolutely sure that there was no matching funds for this. And if there was, that we'd take back and evaluate that in order for it to happen. But these are the kind of thinking that I'd like to see. I mean, while you're doing your due diligence with all the work that you're doing wonderfully, it's something that you bring forward to the city, and the city, like I said, is running at another level. And we just need to catch up on it. So I'm in agreement with Mr. Neb in saying that, hey, we're just gonna slow down the whole process, reevaluate it, and maybe something better can come out of this, right? And I'm hoping, because part of that tree line that little boy was talking about, I walked that trail, and man, it's hot. So we need a tree-lined area all the way across Zacate Creek. But the economic impact of doing that is even greater, because there's a lot of dead space in there. I can't go because it's a wide open area. It's 114 outside, and I know that we can do something better along the way for a long period of time. So that'll be, and only because the support for this has a timeline that we need to act on it today, so that you can get it out of here by Thursday, right?
I think Friday, they need the letter of commitment, and as you mentioned, it takes time, and we can go back to the budget and all of those things.
Yeah, well, I mean, and so we're just taking I was telling Councilwoman Ciarroa today that, my brain runs slower than everybody else around here, so I get cluttered real easy, and I just need to just drop everything that I'm doing to get it done, and this was part of it. So thank you very much. It was wonderful, wonderful presentation. So,
One more thing, our plan would be based on the CIP, government core functions. For this?
I think, following with what Councilmember Figueroa was saying, that we need to make sure that all of our stuff is on the CIP, because it will be a prioritization. We can't get it all done in 1 year, and I think we just have to focus on that stuff. That was what we talked about as the strategic planning as well, too. And so yeah, these don't really correlate within there. This will be a submittal to our congressman for these projects. We will add them to the list of projects that we do, since we're essentially the fiscal agent. We're the ones submitting for this. Right. The RISC will serve as a sub-recipient partner for us for these 3 projects, and so yeah, so that's how it'll be submitted, and then we will work on essentially the contingencies of what I just covered on what that commitment looks like.
all right. Can I just add one more thing, because I'm sorry, Mayor. Go ahead. I just needed to make very clear that, it creates another opportunity that we're creating all these trails, and it's going to form an opportunity to reevaluate how we take care of those trails. I know that Parks and Rec is taking care of them right now. I know they are completely overwhelmed, so it brings up an opportunity on how to divide those duties and figure out. I think we're smart enough to understand that Parks and Recs can't take care of everything. So we need to figure out a smarter way of maintaining these trails, using our resources, but also maybe finding out how else to do that.
And Mayor and Council Member, I will share, if you remember, we did create additional staffing in Parks and Recreation just for the riverfront and the 5 parks that connect and contiguous to the riverfront. So we actually added additional staffing, which may go a long way. It's just really taking the vision, what RISC has just presented tonight, and figuring it out exactly how it would be absorbed or how it would be maintained. The worst thing I think we can all do is fix up the area and then not maintain it after we fix it up. I think you can see that throughout the years with Laredo, where our focus gets turned to something else.
Okay,
May I
all right. We're calling for the
Just
question.
one more comment. So I do also want to emphasize, when we're talking about the efficiency study and where we can find savings, we also need to understand we're leveraging what's already going on so that we can receive millions of dollars that we otherwise would have to come up on our own. earmarks are complete funding. And so when you look at future savings, we will not be spending, the city does not use its budget to spend money to develop these amazing green spaces, but we are receiving money and millions of dollars in order to do that because of the investments that have been made previously and this careful planning by the city to create a improved quality of life.
Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Mayor, the last item that was brought up is number 73.
Number 73, all right.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a item, just a personal request to my colleagues. I have been given orders by the U.S. Army to meet in Fort McCoy in Wisconsin from July 30th to August 13th. Unfortunately, those dates are typically when we do our budget workshops, but I've talked with Mr. Nebb, and there's nothing that says we have to do it those weeks, and I'm just going to ask a personal request, because it's pretty much impossible to change those plans. If we could potentially move it to the third week of August.
Second.
Yeah.
Motion second?
That's okay with Mr. Smith.
And I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Nebb, are you also planning, I know we already had a pretty significant budget workshop earlier, and it was very rich with discussion. Will we be having those prior to the official budget workshops that we have?
Mayor and City Council, we have, of course, next week, we will be talking, one of the topics is about the budget and kind of moving forward from what our first budget workshop is to where we're at now. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get one more in before we go into these budget workshops as they're addressed. We'll kind of play it by ear, because we also want to have another workshop on the next step of the strategic planning and all of that within that window. We're trying to hold our workshops to one a month and keeping everybody focused on just that much work. And so I don't know from here, we have one here in May. I don't know if we'll get one in July before we hit the August. We'll be working with budget very closely as to where we want to get that to.
Well, I personally would like to see one, but I as Councilmember King is kind of laying out the dates that he was
Yes.
not available, I would like for you to note July 14th for medical appointment.
Yeah, and we do believe that we can move into that third week of August. I think Mr. Esparza was going to cover what days seem to work the best, so.
My birthday, the 30th.
And I understand if you need to be.
Call for the question.
All right, go ahead.
Ready, Mayor.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Jesus Esparza with the Budget Department. On the screen, we have the current calendar that we have in there, and I did highlight a couple of the items on the dates. July 29 is when we're gonna be planning to submit the actual budget. That is a special council meeting that we have tentatively scheduled. We need to submit the budget 90 days prior to it, so July 29 is as close as we can get. The other date that we have in there that is being discussed right now is the council workshops. We normally have the council workshop on that first week of August, which were tentatively scheduled for August 5th through the 7th. Then we have the two other important days, which is aligned with the September 2nd and the September 15th council meetings that we have. Then that is the introduction of the public hearing to adopt the budget and the final reading to adopt the budget. I did have a conversation with Mr. Knapp earlier on some of the other dates that we could have. We did look at some optional calendar dates. As I understand, I think Council Member Dr. King would be back on the 13th, if I'm not mistaken. So we're looking at, my other alternative was to push it to that week, maybe the 14th to the 15th. That covers 2 days, Thursday and Friday, and we can perhaps have another date on the following Monday if we need to wrap it up. One of the items that one of the reasons I'm looking at maybe 2 days for the council workshop is because we are coming back. We've been coming, last month we did have a budget strategic meeting. We plan to have another one on the 28th of this month. I was looking forward and looking to see maybe we can schedule one prior to the July 29th, which is the submittal of the budget, although that would kind of get us pretty close to that date that I need to submit the budget to council.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
We have a council meeting on July 21st. Can you present something to us at that council meeting instead of the 29th, that way, and then we adjust that council meeting to not have too much, going on, so we can dedicate time to it during that time before Councilman King leaves?
We can certainly try to do that. The only thing that we have in there is that we have the final reading for the final certified tax roll comes in on July 25th. So that's when we make the final adjustments to finalize the budget. So July 25th is when we get the final appraisal and what those property taxes are gonna be,
So
and that's where we have to
the
make.
25th, you need a meeting just to certify. It's a quick meeting, right?
No, the 25th is just when we get the final from the appraisal district and to see what that final appraisal is. At that point is when we can say, we can tell what is the revenues that we're getting from the appraisal. So then that's when we make the final adjustments to our budget. We either have to either cut or we have a little bit of surplus depending on our estimate that we have.
Mr. Neck?
And then
I like what Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion, because I think it matches up a little bit. If we can do some, I guess, information at the council meetings for this and do it on a regular basis, we might be able to knock off some of the pieces of it so that when we do get to a decision, everybody knows what's gonna happen at that decision. So I like exactly what Mayor Pro Tem is sharing.
Well, Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
And then on August 4th, we have another council meeting. I don't know if we're moving that one or not, but when's the last day that we can certify or present the bond? Like you said, you have 90 days, so what's the deadline?
The 29 that we have.
But you said that was cutting it close, not
Yeah, there's only
exact.
one more day that we have. I think the 30th would be the last day.
Yeah. And Mayor, we only have one meeting in July. We have only one scheduled. July is one of those months that we don't have two scheduled.
Well, we're just gonna have to figure out how to
We'll,
accommodate his
we'll make it
schedule
all
and get
work.
it
I
done.
think Mr. Esparza is providing that, but I think we can make at least a request from Councilmember Dr. King. We can make that work, and I think we can present additional information as we walk through this. After our conversation next week, we should have a good idea of how to deliver the information to you in that format.
All right, perfect. Good, thank you.
Okay, motion?
Thank you,
Motion.
guys.
We have a second. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to bring my item up, because I have somebody here that's presenting on it, if I may.
What number?
Motion, bring up item 68.
68. Motion, 68, motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 68.
Discussion and possible action to host a showcase at the Water Museum over the summer months, up to World Water Week, August 24th through 30th, highlighting water improvements, the implementation of the Water Master Plan, and any other matters incident thereto. Co-sponsored by Mayor Dr. Victor Trevino, Councilmember Gilbert Gonzalez, and Councilmember Richie Rangel. Hi, Buzz. So Mayor, I just wanted to bring this item because, it's gonna be summer and the kids are gonna be out for school. A lot of kids haven't seen the Water Museum. It's a beautiful building. It was a beautiful project that the city undertook, very educational. And, we've been making efforts to highlight the work that we've done on water because the community has basically reminded us about making sure that that's a priority, and we want to make sure that the public understands all the work that's being done. We've had presentations on all the great projects, and we're starting to see PIO put videos and notices out there on what's being done. So I'd like to take all that information and put it into a showcase at the museum so we can have it as a rolling exhibit and then coincide and conclude it in August when we can have a Water Week activities and showcase. Miss Sheila, she's in charge, and I don't know if you, Buzz or Miss Sheila wants to present.
Mayor, Council, City Management, Buzz Pishker, Interim Executive Director of Utilities, and I'm very pleased to be here with the curator of our wonderful Water Museum, Sheila Cerna. And we're going to kind of double team this a little bit. We were trying to guess a little bit what you were looking for, so I'm gonna talk a little bit about the water master plan and that, and Sheila's gonna talk about a lot of the things we're doing at the museum to make it a more hospitable and more viable reflection of what's going on in our community, because I think that's what you're looking for.
Right.
We're very interested in public outreach, and we think that's an excellent tool for us to start highlighting the things that are going on in the water department. And of course, there's a myriad of those things, and we've talked a few of them, but certainly we have now, we're engaged in using robotics in our pipe inspection. As you know, we're going to talk about new methodologies for pipe replacement, which I think are going to be extraordinary and create a lot of very positive hype for our community. And we have other things going on. So the thought is that as we start to do these things, chlorine dioxide's going into our treatment facilities, we want people to see those things, know about them, and we're going to start creating videos and things that can be added as exhibits in the Water Museum, so to be part of our fabric, so to speak. And then I thought Sheila might talk about what's going on there, because I think I mentioned this way back when. I was very impressed when I saw it. I've never been associated with a utility company that had a water museum, so I thought, wow, this is pretty exciting. So, but there were a lot of things that needed to be addressed to make it presentable at the level that I think this community deserves, and that we should put our best foot forward. So I'm going to have her talk a little bit about those things as we're building up to where we want to be.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Good evening, City Council. Sheila Serna for the record. I'm the interim water quality assurance superintendent at the Utilities Department, and I'm also in charge of overseeing the Water Museum and our water conservation program. So as Mr. Pishker was saying, we've been working diligently since we moved back into the Water Museum in December to revamp and fix all of our exhibits at the museum. 5 of them were broken, 3 of them are now back up and running, but some of our videos are very outdated, so we want to redo those videos and make sure that we focus on the Rio Grande, that we focus on projects that we're doing here like pipe bursting, incorporating our robots into cleaning our sewer system, and also potentially adding an exhibit that can show kids how we do chlorine samples and bacteriological samples, as well as a fun water table for our outside, for the littles that they can enjoy outside. As far as promoting the museum and doing public outreach in the summer, I think it would be a great addition to do a summer water conservation camp, so that we could invite all the kids who, kids get bored during the summer. I have 2, and they're always like, I don't want to go to grandma's house. I want to go to a summer camp. So if we could make it affordable and accessible to the public, I think that would be such a great addition. Something we've never done before, but definitely something that we can do and within a reasonable budget.
Mayor, can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Neb, is that something that is feasible to do on a short notice, or given the moratorium and everything that we've talked about? I mean, if people are attending that would be paying, is that something that we could do, or?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I believe we can. There is a difference between our general funds and our enterprise funds as well, too. And so this is out of the enterprise fund. And if you remember our conversation less than a year ago, I think, about reinvigorating the Water Museum, because we actually talked, I think, at the last budget cycle about converting it into offices because of just the attendance. So I think anything we do to try to move this thing forward. I love the work that they've done out there, because 2 or 3 of the exhibits were not working at all, and they were worn out. And so bringing all of that work back as well too, and then trying to do this within the Water Week, just to recognize. And I guess the last thing I'll leave with this, just to answer that question as well too, with all the interest in our water department, I think it's not bad to put this information out there as well, so.
I might add something. We certainly, the city managers has gotten several reports from me about things we've been doing. We've been leaping before some other people were leaping, so to speak. And so we certainly have saved enough money to do what we need to do and do it very well within our operating budget. So I expect no increase in need for funding or no impact, quite frankly, on our budget from doing something like this.
Do you need a motion from us to approve that, or is that something you all can do?
I don't think so. I think we're here because we wanted to tell you what's
Right.
going on and get your feelings of what you're looking for. We've given you some thoughts. We have our vision, but if there's something to add to that or something you guys think is more important, we would certainly entertain that.
Well, I love the summer camp idea. I hadn't thought of that, so I appreciate that addition to that. And if our kids can sign up or whatever, let us know how you're planning to package that. And otherwise, I'd like to make the motion to move forward with this exhibit.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have some calendars for you all, so you can take a look at what we have available. Everything that's highlighted in yellow, those are our private tours. So we've been having a lot of schools stop by the Water Museum. And we don't charge schools, but for private events, we do have a fee schedule for them.
Thank you for your work.
Yes, thank you.
That's it, Mayor, on my item.
All right, thank you. Next item?
I think we're back to
Motion to open public hearings.
public hearings.
Okay, motion to
One
open
through-
public hearings. Yes. Okay, hold on, sir. There you go.
Six.
Okay. Number 6. Where was I?
Mayor, this is for your general opening comments. I don't know if you want to
Okay.
make your comments.
Oh, yes, okay. All right, okay, let's do that. Presentation by Mayor providing general comments on city manners, upcoming initiatives, and other relevant updates for the council and the public. Did want to give some update on some of the achieved deliverables from my most recent trip with other board mayors of South Texas Alliance of Mayors. When we met with Governor Samuel Garcia Nuevo León, the head of government in Mexico City, Clara Brugada, and the consuls and the embassy in Mexico City. There was some constructive dialogue between Governor Samuel Garcia about his planned investments on the Mexican side of the port. We also discussed the importance of having more discussions on policy changes that impact existing supply chains and the fluidity at the Columbia Solidarity Bridge. At our meetings in Mexico City, the 3 discussion points were the passenger rail that is already in construction, expected to reach Nuevo Laredo in 2028. And my expectation with the support of Nuevo Laredo and the Mexican government is to have possible negotiations and an MOU presented for the council review in the beginning of 2026. If this is achieved, and I believe it can, this would be a single most impactful event that could change the economic landscape of our community, especially the downtown area. The other item that was scheduled, water delivery payments from Mexico, which are billions of gallons that are owed. I have already met with management where there needs to be preparation to make sure that we do not leave any water on the table, water that has to be used for Laredo. And the plan for future retention as the utility department continues to investigate the various secondary water sources and possibilities, and aside from the legacy MOU. Another discussed item was the Mayor's Migrant Council and the legal and policy issues surrounding the migrant. These were all the topics discussed, and I think these were productive discussions. We can move forward. Yes, go ahead.
With regards to the water delivery payments that Mexico is planning to make, I was wondering if you had heard perhaps in your discussions, or if our management has heard, if there's been any work or further investigation about the integrity of the Amistad Dam and how that could impact, well, not impact, but it's an ongoing issue, the fact that the dam does need reconstruction. And I don't know if it's something that this council takes on to send a letter by resolution to the Army Corps of Engineers and ask where they are in their planning and development of fixing that dam. It's, we all know the importance of the Amistad Dam. We have 2.5 or 2 years of water storage there in the Amistad Reservoir, and a dam collapse would be catastrophic for a number of different reasons. And so I don't, we on our own cannot do anything to resolve this issue, but I don't think it should be ignored. And so if we can draw attention, and we had the conversations in Washington, D.C., I was there at the Army Corps of Engineers meeting. We discussed with them the issues. The people that we talked to weren't necessarily the ones in charge of that project. But I've also approached Senator Cruz's office about it. There is discussion that's a need, but it's one of those things, it's kind of like the secondary water. We all know we need it, but who's responsible? And how do we get more attention to that issue so that perhaps we can play a role of just keeping the spotlight on it?
Yes, that was not discussed in our trip, but Mr. Neb, would you have any further?
Yeah, Mayor and City Council, and we had seen the reports that they were focused on the Amistad a few months back and everything. But I do know that we are working with the Army Corps on 2 different projects. Chacon Creek is one of them, one of our CPF projects. And I know that Ramon has been working with them on another project as well too, through the 20 million, and actually Mr. Pisker and Utilities, because of the 20 million that Army Corps was helping with us for those the funds for the water utility. Let us reach out through them and see if we can get to the right people to give us kind of an update on where they were at on that. Because I think the nice thing is that they did identify that there are some challenges with the dam. And so I know they were working on the solutions of it as to what it was. I just don't know where they're at, the status is. But happy to move it forward.
Thank you.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
I'd like to motion to approve appointments to commission, boards, and committees.
Motion, second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Motion to open a public hearing and introduce the ordinances.
Motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Number 1, public hearing and introductory ordinance authorizing the city manager to amend the City of Laredo fiscal year 2025 police general fund budget by increasing revenues and expenditures in the amount of $35,105 for additional funding provided by the Texas Controller of Public Accounts, Law Enforcement Officer Standards of Education, Fund for the Continued Education of Law Enforcement Personnel. Number 2, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the City of Laredo by rezoning lots 8 and 10, block 347, Eastern Division, located at 2802 Springfield Avenue from B1 Limited Business District to R3 Mixed Residential District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change, and staff supports the application. Number 3, public hearing and introductory ordinance of the City of Laredo, Texas, amending City of Laredo fiscal year 2025 annual budget by appropriating revenues and expenses in the amount of $663,743 in the Water Works System Fund 2019 water revenue bond. The interest earnings being appropriated are to pay for expenses for projects. Number 4, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Laredo by authorizing the issuance of a conditional use permit for hospital on lot 1, block 3, Clear Choice 2, Alexander Bartlett Commercial Phase 15, on lot 2, block 3, Clear Choice, Alexander Bartlett Commercial Phase 15, located at 7101 and 7105 North Bartlett Avenue. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed conditional use permit, and staff did not support the application. Number 5, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending the zoning ordinance map of the City of Laredo by rezoning approximately 3.05 acre tract of land as further described by means and bounds and attached Exhibit A, located south of FM 1472 and east of Iron Mine Road, from Agriculture District to M1 Light Manufacturing District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the proposed zone change, and staff supports the application. Number 6, amending the fiscal year 2025 hotel motel fund by drawing down from fund balance and appropriating expenditures in the amount of $60,000 to the Laredo Center for the Arts under the third-party funding contract. Number 7, public hearing and introductory ordinance concerning a voluntary annexation application by Jose Luis Saldana on behalf of Mines Property LLC, altering and extending the boundary limits of the City of Laredo and annexing additional territory of 6 more or less located northeast of FM 1472 and Pinto Valle Drive and north of Lampazos Loop, providing for an effective date. In the ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute a contract adopting a service plan for the annexed territory and establishing the initial zoning of M1 Light Manufacturing District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the annexation and initial zoning. Staff supports the application and initial zoning. Number 8, an ordinance of the City of Laredo, Texas, amending the zoning ordinance map of the City of Laredo by rezoning Lot 1, Block 9, Santa Rita, subdivision, Phase 14, La Isla de los Jueces, thank you. Located at 901 Lope de Vega Drive from R1A Single Family Use Area to R1 M8 Single Family Manufactured Housing District. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial for the proposed zone change, and staff does not support the application. Number 9, public hearing is repeat ordinance authorizing the city manager to amend the budget and appropriate $11,750 to the fiscal year 2024-2025 Laredo International Airport budget for funding the fiscal year 2024 Operation Stone Garden Grant. Funds are being awarded for the Office of the Governor's Homeland Security Grants Division. This funding will be used for overtime and fringe benefit expenses used for Stone Garden operations by airport law enforcement. No local match is required. Number 10, public hearing and introductory ordinance amending ordinance number 2018-0069, Chapter 31, Utilities, Article 3, Water, Section 31-115, to introduce detailed definitions, hazard classification, e.g. health and non-health hazards, and technical requirements for backflow prevention assemblies. This ordinance also sets requirements for testing frequency by certified professionals, digital reporting, and specific rules for fire systems, mobile units, and irrigation, aligning with current Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and University of Southern California standards.
All right. These are the 4 against, yes. All right, on number 1, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce?
Second.
Motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 2, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 3, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Number 4, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce?
Second.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to abstain from number 4.
Okay. Do we have a majority or not? Yes, okay. Motion passes.
I don't think we actually voted.
All right, okay. Number 5.
When we do it again?
Can we just vote?
On number
All
4?
right, well, let's do it again. Number 4.
And I abstain.
She's abstaining.
She's
A
abstaining.
motion to close and introduce?
Okay. So 4 against, we already did. All in favor?
Aye.
Just 3?
I need the mayor's vote as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need the mayor's vote. We got the 5.
5, okay, motion passes. Number 5, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Number 6, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Motion to close and introduce?
Second.
Motion second. Motion passes. Number 7, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Motion passes. Number 8, for or against, for or against, for or against.
Mayor, 1 second. Let me bring the council member in here for that district. That's District 2.
All right. Yes.
John, is this gonna need a supermajority? On number 8?
No, we, passed to change the number.
We had never gone back.
There's no
Oh,
need to
okay.
pursue majority.
Okay.
All right.
No,
No, it's just the
majority.
same as it used to be, 5. Yeah.
All right. All in favor?
So on number 8, are we on number 8?
Number 8. Okay, all in favor?
Mayor, actually, if I may, Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
we have a P and Z recommended denial, proposed zone change, and staff did not support the application. Staff, you can please come up here and for reasonings for the denial, please.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Richie? Yes. That's on you.
Quick question, why is the reason we're denying?
Good evening, Vanessa Guerra from your planning staff. This item, if you look at the maps, it is located within a pretty large area of R1 zoning, R1A, R1A zoning. This would allow mobile homes very dissimilar from the existing land uses already present. It is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. And we did receive, not that it figured into our deliberations, but we did receive 6 in opposition.
Can I, it's whether they're trying the ordinance to, give me 1 second, the ordinance. I'm just trying to figure out the map. And they're trying to put in a mobile home?
Yes.
Isn't the Isla de los Jueces all mobile homes?
No, it's all site-built homes.
Site-built homes? I'm just, yeah, I know, I'm just.
What do you want?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Is this a down zone? Considered a down zone because you have R1A all around, and then you're gonna have a mobile home lot. Does it affect the future growth of the rest of this unplatted lots?
Would I consider it a down zone?
Was a
No,
mobile
probably
home?
not. It would allow for probably more intense uses than the R1A. They're smaller lots. It is more dense, the R1A. However, the manufactured homes require I think it's 6,000 square feet for the R1MH. And, so no, it wouldn't necessarily be a down zone. I'm sorry, what was the second part?
No,
of the
just the
question?
fact that, now, I mean, this could change the landscaping for the unplatted land. Like if somebody else wants to come in with an R1, it's gonna be in contrast, right? A little bit.
Well, to the east, it's pretty much all creek area, so while, I mean, I guess you could develop, it would be more difficult. There is some unplatted land to the south, so you're right, I mean, it could sort of open that door towards the R1MH.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Guerra, it's the area right behind the creek. I think that's the creek right there, right next to it.
That's correct.
Okay.
All of this area
They're trying to change
is
it to.
all creek.
Yeah, they're trying to change it to an R1 to
R1MH,
R-
just that one lot.
manufacturer. So just that one lot.
Mhm.
Do we have a person of interest already in here or present that wants to speak on it? I know you had 8, sending letters of not, accepting it,
Mhm.
but do we have anybody in favor of it?
Well, I'm assuming the applicant and the owner would be in favor of it.
I just
I
don't.
don't know if they're here.
What it is I just don't wanna, I've used to work before I started, coming into council. I've worked moving mobile homes around, and then that was one of the areas that we moved mobile homes around. And my thing is, if a person is trying to, I don't understand maybe the lot, and they bought a mobile home with the intentions to put, because people, some of the community don't understand what an R1 is, what an R1MH is. And they just say, you know what, well, there are mobile homes here, I bought the lot, now I'm gonna put, a mobile home in here. I don't want them to be, not left out, but, say, well, they didn't wanna help me. Because I see mobile homes here, but since I don't have anybody here,
I can
You know-
show you about where the only mobile homes in the vicinity are. I don't know if they can put this
they're down the road to the
so
left.
that you all can see what I'm pointing at. Okay, perfect. See if I can get it all in there. So here is the target site. See these where it says SF, that's single family, those are site-built homes. All of this area is vacant. Do you see these little lots right here? Those are R3. So you've got it's R1MH.
R1MH, yeah.
So you've got these two are vacant, but they would allow mobile homes in that location. But the rest of this area, all uniformly R1A.
Okay, so it's, right now, since I don't see anybody, coming in saying that, they're for this, I'll just, accept the denial and go forward. I make a motion to accept, the recommendation from, planning and zoning and building.
All right, motion second.
Mayor, can I ask
Yes.
as a point of order clarification for zone? I know we changed the ordinance, but the part where 20% of the people within the notification area, if they're against it, it still triggers the supermajority. And so, I mean, in this case, it won't be applicable because we're going with the recommendation. But if I counted the number of properties and 8 would be more than the 20%. So if 20% of the people that are in the affected area are against it, then we still have that ordinance where we have to have a supermajority based on feedback from the community, right?
Yes, because that section that we overturned was only dealt with the recommendations.
So in this case, if for whatever reason it was gonna go against, we would need supermajority.
Yeah.
Just wanna make that clarification, because we've had that come up.
Yes, go ahead.
Is it supermajority or just regular majority? Because remember, we had the ordinance change supermajority to regular majority.
Right, we changed, from supermajority to regular majority, to go against a recommended denial. But, what Mayor Pro Tem is talking about is when there is a 20% petitioners, then that still triggers a supermajority.
So it's still under supermajority?
If you were to go against.
Okay, it's just something.
Thank you.
Oh, and motion?
Second.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Okay. Motion passes.
I tried.
Number 9, 4 against, 4 against, 4 against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, number 10, 4 against, 4 against, 4 against.
Motion to close and introduce.
Motion, second, all in favor? Motion passes.
Mayor, for number 11, council to introduce. Just, we don't need a second. Just count and introduce, number 11.
All right. Is that for,
Mayor, for number 12 and 13, motion to approve the final reading of 12 and 13.
Second.
motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion to open the consent agenda.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Could we remove 28, 41, and 57?
28, 41, 41, and I'm sorry, the third one was?
57.
57.
Kansas City.
57.
57, all right.
Motion, Mayor, to approve number, where do I start? Number 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, excluding 28. Approving number 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63.
All right, motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right,
Coming back to number 28.
thank you.
28,
Thank you, Mayor. Authorizing the city manager to ratify acceptance of a private partnership funding agreement in the amount of $1 million from the Texas Mexican Railway Company, a Texas statutory corporation, and the Kansas City Southern Railway Company, a Missouri corporation qualified to do business in Texas. These two entities will be referred to as CPKC. This funding represents a 20% non-federal match for a U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Railroad Administration Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Grant, called CRISI, in the amount of $4 million, 80% for a total project cost of $5 million. Submission of this funding agreement will be used to further the awarding of the CRISI grant. So the reason why I bring this forward, and I'll address my remarks to management, is that this caps, I believe, a safety assessment that Kansas City Southern and Canadian Pacific did on several railway intersections here in our city. And we have been asking the railway company for an update on the safety study. So I'm very glad to hear that it's gone through and they've identified these projects. But I would like to have a meeting so that we can discuss what these recommendations are. I mean, here, and I in no way want to stand in front of a $4 million grant to improve the safety at these intersections, but we've seen the opening of the Kansas City Bridge, and they have doubled now their capacity to bring rail into the city of Laredo. So it is not going to happen overnight, but it will happen, and there will be pressures on our downtown and at these intersections. So it's great to see the study moving forward, but I would like to see what those safety recommendations are and have some type of city input into reviewing those, unless it already happened. I mean, did this happen at our traffic department or at the engineering department perhaps? That there was a sharing of what the assessment, what those proposals were and how they would impact traffic in the downtown area. They are talking about, excuse me, closing some of those grade separations. I don't disagree with the need, but again, we're just blindly accepting what they're proposing and not that we're going to disagree, but I think the city should be aware of where these improvements will be made and what the timeline will be.
Councilmember Sierra, thank you for your question, and we've had a series of meetings, and I'll have Mr. Quintanilla just address that.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Albert Quintanilla, Traffic Safety Director. This grant is for approximately 31 crossings. There's two proposed overpasses on Santa Maria and San Bernardo. There are going to be long-term projects to build overpasses over the top of the railroad. On top of that, there's 5 crossings that are proposed for closure and 24 crossings that are proposed for improvements and upgrades, either smoothing out the grade of the crossing or adding signal arms or upgrading the signal arms. And there's a map that shows all the locations, the 31 locations within the city that are covered under this grant. And this grant is just for the design phase, well, this whole contract. There's a second round of funding for construction of the actual upgrades.
Oh, okay, well, I'm very happy to hear that the railroad company has been coordinating with the city departments
Right.
to see where these improvements would be made. I'm wondering, and this is perhaps beyond it or didn't come up, if there's any consideration to a grade crossing out on 359 as we look to, and this is early, right, because we do not have a city road that would actually connect 359 to 59, but we know that that is in the future. And even if it's not set in this plan, that there's some discussion about the need to look at that in the future.
Right, and I have monthly meetings with the Federal Railroad Administration as well as Kansas City Southern Railroad, and we have discussed potentials for expanding the project in the future, and they're saying it'd be a next phase or next round of grant applications.
Okay.
Can I ask
Thank you.
real quick?
Yes.
A little follow-up in there, because I was reading through this, and I'm not sure, because it's not detailed on what is actually included, other than the word, what they use. Safety improvements.
Yes.
Right? Because it's a big word, so would noise abatement as part of it be considered that?
That's part of this whole study was done for noise abatement purposes. So where you close some crossings, so they wouldn't have to have the horn blasts as they're going through the
Yeah,
crossings.
quiet zones.
Quiet zones, exactly. So that is a part of this grant, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. And so so I'm looking forward to discussion with this, because
Yes.
it's something that I think it's been left alone for a while. Now it's come full circle, but now with proper funding, not by us, but by somebody else, which it makes it a great idea. Okay. thank you.
Mr. Neff, on these items, there's not enough background information given on the agenda. There's just the agreement, but I think it would be helpful to have all that information, added to the agenda so we can reference it and not have to ask here.
Mayor?
Yes?
Or Mayor Pro Tem, sorry.
Yes.
So, included in our information was what Mr. Quintanilla was talking about, improvements to 31 at-grade crossings, including up to 5 closures, 2 at-grade crossings converted to grade closures, and crossing safety improvements at the remaining 24 at-grade crossings, including 10 sets of active warning devices. And the goal is to enhance safety through reduction or elimination of railroad and roadway conflicts. And I'm very happy that Councilmember Garza mentioned the need to impress upon them the quiet zone restrictions, because it's like a long-running joke that the horn blasts occur every little block, and so it's a continuous long line of noise from downtown all through East Laredo. And so I know, as Councilmember Garza was saying, we really do need to impress the need to stop it, to control it, to try to get some relief for the residents that live there.
Councilmember Sierra.
Thank you.
So we did do a study, back, I'm just trying to look for the date, but back in 2022, perhaps, I might be off by a year or so, for the quiet zone, and so, but it requires funding on our part. Yeah.
What's it say?
So I'm not sure if that's, that's where I've always been confused with the Christie grant, because I believe that this is another study and assessment for feasibility.
This study would be for the design plans for all those upgrades at the 31 locations. And
Okay.
then when the next round for construction comes in, there's was a potential for possible need for the city to participate in construction funding for those 31 crossing upgrades.
Okay, yes, but yeah, so this fine timing to include perhaps in our budget conversations.
Right. Next item?
Motion to accept, motion to approve, 28.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, number 41.
41.
Thank you. Consideration to approve the purchase of licenses from Microsoft Inc. for the Microsoft Office 365 Productivity, Collaboration, and Communication Suite, a cloud-based solution through SHI International Corp., a Microsoft partner, for the total amount of $656,000 for year one, with options to renew for years 2 and 3 under DIR contract, and then there's a number. Microsoft 365 will replace the city's current on-premises email servers. On-premise email services email servers are no longer considered an industry best practice and are a cybersecurity risk. Funding is available in the Information and Technology Fund. And I wanted to highlight this item because we have spent, thank you so much for being here, because we have spent years talking about the need for the city to modernize its technology and to move forward with real improvements in the software that we use. And it impacts so much of what we do, how citizens can access our services and how departments can communicate with each other. And so I'm assuming that this is part of that. I wanted to know if this is part of a bigger plan to begin these technology software improvements across departments. And just that I wanted to see how far we're moving along in it.
Well, good evening, Joe Rivera for the record, Mayor, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Yes, Councilwoman Sierra, there is a plan in IT to, like you said, modernize what we're doing. As I mentioned in this justification for Microsoft 365, it's just on-prem services like this are no longer best practices. As a matter of fact, I reached out to some of my counterparts in the city, the bigger entities in this community, and we are probably the last remaining bigger entity that still has an on-prem solution. So with that said, we're looking at all the services that we provide as an IT department. We're looking to modernize. We're changing some of our cybersecurity measures and tools that we use over the course of the last year and a half since I've arrived at the city. That's been one of my goals. I know we all wish we could do some of these things quicker, but it is a process. We need to review, we need to vet out new alternate solutions. Look at costs, and budgeting is obviously something that's big on everyone's mind. So again, there is that goal to get to more modern solutions, but it is a process.
Okay, well, I thank you very much for that. I know the need is there because we've seen other entities close to us get hacked. And so that's always something that we need to keep forefront. How do we protect ourselves and protect the information of the residents that we serve?
Yeah, and if I may, that is a challenge. Obviously, as an IT department, we're doing our best to try and stay ahead of this. Just recently, I had Homeland Security CISA department, our regional rep on site. We did a tabletop exercise. We're using all the resources that we can to, again, try and stay ahead of these hackers because they are very devious, and they're very good at what they do. So it is a challenge. Sometimes it feels like it's an uphill battle, but again, this is why we do the things we do. As a matter of fact, item 40 here is for us to join the UTRGV RSOC, which is another cybersecurity measure that we're taking by bringing them in and leveraging their knowledge and expertise.
That's excellent.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor Pro Tem, number 57.
57, Odamna.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Authorizing the city manager to award a construction contract utilizing the PCA Purchasing Cooperative of America program with Murphy Pipeline Contractors of Jacksonville, Florida, for a minimum of 30,000 linear feet of water line replacement in the amount of $11,314,949. Funding is available in the Waterworks Fund 2022 Water Revenue Bond. The locations for this project are listed below, and I went to look at them. So they, Utilities Department has prioritized the major breaks in each one of our districts, and the list is here. And then there are there's 7 other major breaks that will then cycle through, and based on the need, those will be addressed next. And I just wanted to highlight the fact that Mr. Pishker is working to make sure that where we find the major breaks in our utility infrastructure is exactly where this money will be spent, so that we can solve those big issues. Thank you very much for
So you don't have a question?
being so targeted and prioritizing it. I'd like to ask Mr. Picture to comment, because I know he's using the pipe bursting technique. And if you wanted to talk a little bit about the savings that you'll see from it.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
City Council, City Management. Very pleased to be here tonight. It's been a kind of a long path to get here, and I'm pretty excited about it. I'm excited for the city. I think we're going to be very pleased with what's going to happen in very short order, and I'm very pleased to be in front of you to talk about it. Actually, we are going to embrace a new technology that's not new. It's just new to us. And this is kind of the second time around for me, because I actually did this once at another Texas city very successfully, and it was a little bit more dicey then, because it was the first time it was actually really done. Pipe bursting is something that's been done for years in Europe, and your cities like Houston and that have been doing it mostly for wastewater. And so we've adapted it over to water line replacement. And I think you're going to see what the value is. You can see from these pictures here, there's a significant difference in when you do open cut and when you do pipe bursting, and just the damage and the work and the restoration that will need to be done. That's one of the benefits. I only put this slide on here because I showed you this slide the first time I
Buzz,
met
I'm gonna pause you real quick. Councilmember King has a question.
I'm sorry, I just had a question about your previous slide. Were those pictures were not, where were those pictures from? Or is that like a miscellaneous, or this is random?
These are random.
Okay, and then, is this associated, like, have the robots already been into effect yet? Or we have the robots yet? Are you getting there?
The robots are in our wastewater system. This is going to be water line replacement.
Oh.
Okay? Yeah, the robots are to do analysis of the wastewater system. Anyways, I showed you this slide again just to show you that we've got to stay on point. I talked to you about this the first time I saw you. I'm pleased to tell you that the things we've colored in are now in place, being done. As you know, you were gracious enough to allow us to buy valve operating equipment. We've now brought that in, had our people trained on it. We're starting to use it. Leak detection program we've talked about. We've got some equipment to do that now. We're starting our meter change-out program, and now we're embarking on a strategic water line replacement program. So moving along as directed. The numbers you see here are significant, and I'll talk a little bit more in detail about them, but there's clearly an efficiency and a cost benefit to using what's called a trenchless technology versus open cut. The other thing that doesn't show up to most is the second line. Think about it. When you typically do an open cut, you have to do detailed design. The reason being, you're going to leave the existing pipe in place, and you're going to find another area in the right-of-way to put a second pipe, right? Then you'll abandon the one and use the other. The magic here, or the benefit here, is we're basically using the other line, so there's very minimal design. Design's about $35 a foot. So on $1,000 project or $30,000 project, you'll realize it's over $1 million in design that we will basically save, in addition to the cost of doing the work. The other thing that I'm sure will hit home with you that most people overlook is, as you know, in urban areas, we have limited right-of-way, downtowns and those kind of places. So when you use pipe bursting, you're using the existing pipe. So you don't take up more area in your right-of-way. You don't have to site another pipe and have the clearances and those kind of things. So you benefit by leaving right-of-way that would have been tied up with a second water line, in this case, to be available for other things, or not be tore up. The next item down is pre-chlorinated. The magic of that is you will see, and we hope to get you out to see a project once they get started. You'll see that they will actually fuse the pipe together, so there'll be no joints in the future to leak. Another major benefit. They will lay the pipe out a block away or so. They will fill it with water and pressure test it. They will chlorinate it to our specs, and so when it actually goes into service, it's pre-chlorinated, it's pressure tested, it's ready to be installed, as you saw in the picture. And then the day of the work is a very short day for them, because it's basically put the pipe in place, fill it back up, flush it, tie the services in, and you're off and running. So
It's my understanding that PIO has, informational video on this ready to go for the public, so I think once we approve it, it'll be ready to go, so.
And
I'd like
we're gonna do some public outreach I wanna talk to.
Well, I would like to entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. 57.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
Okay, can I motion,
Well, we'll watch the video
oh,
from
we
PIO.
want the video, okay.
No, from PIO afterwards.
What's the video now?
Mayor Protem?
Are we gonna finish the, are we?
Yes, to ask, because he was about to go and talk about the priorities and where those lines, the location
Well,
of
I
the
mean, the
lines he's
council
going to.
already approved it. Is our motion to finish hearing?
Well, I
the-
have two handouts that I would like to give you, if I could.
Yeah,
There's a map here. I thought each of you would want a map of your district
yes, we
that we
would.
have for you. And I'll pass these out. Please take the ones that match to your district, okay? You guys remember that.
Thank you.
And then I thought you might want to know something about the process and some of the details I didn't get a chance to talk about, so I have a nice little handout for you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cigarro?
Mr. Pishker and.
Mr. Pitchker, do you have more information to show us on this item that the council?
To hear your presentation.
Well, I mean,
It's
yeah, I
important.
had 4 or 5 slides I wanted to
Okay,
talk
well,
about.
if you
but-
could just
Sure.
finish real quick.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Well, anyways, that stuff will be passed around. Let me go back then. Well, you've already discussed, I wanted to make sure everybody was clear on how we picked the lines that would be addressed. We took the highest frequency pipe in each of your districts and made sure each district got at least one project. You'll see some of the districts have multiple projects in the first phase only. And then we picked the 7 most high break frequency mains in the rest of the city, so I think we got pretty good coverage. The next one is really, that tells the tale, the next slide. This methodology will save us about $5.2 million for every 30,000 feet of pipe we replace.
District 4 is that?
Members, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
We're passing out these items, I don't know if they're by order or the ones with the picture of the changing of the lines.
No, they're not by order. You'll have to, as I said, you'll have to pick out yours.
You have one that says District 2, but it's actually District 3. So I can tell by the roads.
Okay.
So,
It says right here. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, there
We're
should-
just figuring this out on our own, but we're listening.
Okay, all right. Well, anyways, the next slide just is a summary. The bottom line is the difference in the methodologies, besides all the other things I talked about, is significant in dollars. And if you do the math, we're about $11 million. So actually, for every 3 phases we do, 1 phase becomes funded by the savings from the first 2 phases.
That's amazing.
Okay? And the other thing I would say to you, you can be comfortable in this because this has been done before, and I've actually been involved with this personally. The last slide is again another slide I've shown you before, but we're always talking about secondary water, and we should be talking about secondary water. Secondary water has long-term reality and short-term reality. And so I always hearken you to the gray box, utility optimization. The water lines we're replacing accounted for 273 main breaks. We estimate a main break here costs 63,000 gallons. So we're going to avoid 273 main breaks. That equates to 17.2 million gallons of water we won't have to pump, treat, and put into people's yards and places it doesn't belong. So it's kind of a big deal here. And by the way, the other thing that's going to happen with this project, we'll replace about 690 service lines. Remember, we talk about lead service line initiative and being in compliance. We'll find out in some of our areas what those service line materials are, and that'll provide us some good expertise in going to the future. The last thing I wanted to talk about is, well, there's 2 things. Number one, you'll probably be interested in the timetable. With your approval this evening, we expect to enter into contract by Friday. If that happens, we will have people out here the first week of June. They will start to do they'll bring up 1 crew out, they'll start the process. They will then bring a second crew on in about 2 or 3 weeks. All of these projects are expected to be completed by the end of September.
Well, we did approve it, so that's gonna happen.
But this presentation was before you approved it.
Right,
And
right.
I didn't want to
Couldn't
be
wait.
presumptuous, but the timing's going to be very quick. I think that'll be also a very positive thing. And so my expectation is that we'll have a wonderful experience, like I have in my past, and that maybe we can bring some other players into the game next time around in phase 2 or 3. But certainly there's a lot of merit here, and it's going to be a quick process. And we're actually doing what you wanted us to do as far as replacing the mains and that. The other side of it is, from a water quality standpoint, I think we all understand, less shutdowns, less depressurizations, all those kind of things certainly enhance our ability to maintain a high quality of service to our residents.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, go ahead.
How did you all identify these specific areas?
We took the highest break main in each district as our base. And then we took, after those 8, there's 8 districts, we took the top 7 highest frequency mains in the city. And that's why some of the districts got more than one project.
Is there another one in district? No.
No.
Oh, yeah.
You have one.
And is there gonna be interruption of, water service?
Well, that is dependent on, let me say it this way. They will go out and prepare everything ahead of time. The day of the transition usually takes 4 to 6 hours to actually put the main in. So there'll be a decision made whether we just disrupt service for 6 hours. I can tell you, in a past experience, we told the residents, take your shower, head to work or school. When you come home tonight, there'll be a brand new water line, brand new service lines, and your driveway won't be tore up, and your lawn will be minimally impacted, and you'll be back in business. We have a choice in that. We could actually make them string a temporary line so that there's service continuously. That's a decision we can make.
Councilmember King?
Thank you, and thank you so much, Mr. Chris. This is very exciting. I know you mentioned phase 1. I'm seeing $11 million of this project cost. I think we have 29 million budgeted for this fiscal year as far as in the CIP, utility CIP for pipe replacement. Is that remaining 18 million? Is that where the next phase comes in? Do I have the numbers roughly right?
Actually, we have 2 bond proceeds that almost get to $40 million. We have the new grant grant that's coming in the next 2 years from the Army Corps.
The 20 million.
For 26 million. We have to put 6 in, they put 20 in.
Okay.
My belief is, and I've said this to others, I don't think this is a passing fancy. I think this is something you do on an annual basis for 4 or 5 years.
Right.
You'll see incredible improvement in disruption and all these other things. We have the money to fund it. The thought was do this much, make sure everybody's comfortable with it, get to feel it, and then move
Right.
forward.
And I would ask that we have a 24/7 live stream of all this great work going on, just so people are aware that it's happening. And I know PIO is going to be doing its thing and just,
Well, yeah, I've already talked to the PIO. As some of you know, we are going to put up some billboards, and we want to track the progress. I want people to see it. We should take some pride, and we should take some joy in this project, because it's something you've asked for. We're going to deliver it. We're going to deliver it in a unique and cost-effective way. There's just a lot of good stuff here, and we ought to take some joy as a community.
Councilman
I just have one last tiny thing about, I was just going to say, technically, this pipe on International is, it's technically not in District 6 anymore, but I'm not going to sound ungrateful. I'll just say, I think it's great that we're using data to make these decisions and not just giving, I know we live in the newest district, but maybe next time we'll, make it into it.
Don't change the pipe.
Yes. No,
It's District 7.
not asking to change it.
You actually, making a comment on that. You have, this used to be District 2, now it's District 3. Do you have the updated, list for right now for
Well, if
District 2?
that list's wrong, I'll take responsibility. Obviously, I didn't prepare that, because I don't know the city that well. But if we've messed it up, I'll get it fixed and we'll get it to you.
Okay, and another thing is, once we finish with these lines, I know that we tend to, we're gonna break streets, right? We're gonna mess up the streets, we're gonna break them down, or is it just gonna go to the side?
We're gonna dig a entry pit, and then they'll dig another entry pit, an exit pit, and they'll pull the new line through the old one. And there'll be actually little cuts
That's what
in the interim for the service line.
I just wanted to make sure it was what I was thinking,
Absolutely.
okay.
And if the current line's in the street, they'll be in the street. If it's in the grass area, they'll be in the grass area.
Well, the ones in the street, if anything, can we just make sure we put them on a list so we can know which ones that were messed up? Because I know that after a breakage and after all that, the streets tend to start, making this little bumps, and then they call those potholes.
Restoration is part of the project.
Okay, perfect.
And it will be done timely.
All right.
This is going to be a project that's going to be monitored closely and done well, in my humble opinion.
Mr. Pishker, can you put the slide right before this one? And Mr. Gomez, I know you're here, but I think the main thing is the cost savings, that you're doing it at a savings and you're able to do more because you're doing it for less. And I think that's what we're trying to do. That's what the public wants us to do. So we appreciate those efforts. Any other questions?
It's
No,
already been approved.
done.
It's already been approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me make the
Councilman
presentation.
Gonzalez has one more question.
Mr. Fisher, and these burstings are because of the age of them, right? I would assume?
Why are we using this method?
Yeah.
No.
Why do you identify these areas because the lines are older? Or why is the continuous bursting?
Strictly, we identified the streets that are on the list by break frequency. In other words, these are lines that we've had high break frequency on.
I understand that, but why is the high break frequency? Because they're older than others, or?
No, I would suggest to you, all of these are cast iron. Cast iron's probably the oldest pipe you have in your system. We've been through ductile iron, now we're into plastics. This is high density polyethylene, which is the new stuff. So this is your oldest pipe. It's the most and by the way, cast iron pipe is pipe that I was working on when I started in this business. Okay, so I'll tell you how old it is.
I have no comment.
And it's got high break, it breaks frequently. It's brittle. And as it gets older and older and older, it gets more brittle.
So do we have any districts that are 2 or more?
Yes. 4. Yeah, there's.
You have 4?
Yeah, there's 15, there's 8 districts, there's 15 initial streets. And remember, we identified 69. and we're just gonna keep going down the list.
Yeah, okay.
But this is the first 15, it fit the 30,000. I wanted to do that as a, let's walk our way into this and get a feel for it.
It fit the 30,000 what? You said the number 30,000?
30,000 feet is
30,000
these
feet.
15.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's almost 3,100 feet, but right in that ballpark.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes?
President. I
All
appreciate
right.
it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I bring up number 74, please?
Yes, motion to bring up 74.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. 74.
Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting. I'm sorry. So it's a presentation from the Health Department and Animal Care Services on the ongoing issue that we bring up, at least probably once a year, right? It's where, and I think this is the first time we really get to talk about it with you, ma'am, in depth. Thank you very much for this presentation we're about to give. But in Austin, we met with Texas Parks and Wildlife back in February, and Mr. Chavez, you might remember the conversation in the room we had, where we did bring this up to them, and the idea was that they were going to look at possible policy changes to allow the cities to better address the javelina wild hog issue that all of our constituents, especially on the north side and in South Laredo, anywhere we're growing and expanding. The whole city, what to say the whole city. As we enter into their habitat, of course, as we build new developments, but even an older ones still have the issue. So, thank you, and we'll look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Well, thank you for having me here to discuss javelinas and feral hogs. A couple things that I want to point out. So javelinas and hogs, while they look very, very similar, it's two pretty distinct issues in terms of resolution, right? Again, I go back to that because there are different rules that regulate how one controls feral hogs and how one controls javelinas. I'll go through this as quickly as possible. But I also want to make the point, first and foremost, of what Laredo Animal Services does. And what we handle focuses on domestic animals. We, unfortunately, in the past did set a precedence. It was the wrong one to set for multiple reasons, including because the way the policies are written right now, it was illegal what we were doing with trapping these animals. Wildlife concerns are, again, out of our scope. They're out of our education for our field services, and they're also pretty dangerous to deal with when you have them in confined spaces like that, so it does pose a huge, huge risk.
Mayor,
Yes.
I mean, just what
Go ahead.
transition here? Legal zone. I mean, that was a pretty. I appreciate you stating it so clearly, but you're basically saying the city was committing illegal acts by providing cages when there were. So I mean,
No, it wasn't illegal, it's just outside their scope of their.
No.
their duties.
It was illegal. And here's why. And I'm going to do this like full transparency here because I want everybody to know the truth. But I think a lot of...
If I may, back 4 years ago, I used to be an animal control officer. We used to do these events, especially over there, what's the district on Clark? That park on Clark? The one right behind, the Benavides. There used to be calls for that. There used to be, catch and release cages. We used to catch them, you pick them up, and it's pretty scary when you hear those teeth grind, right? But we used to put them in the cages, and we took them way out the city limits, a little bit, not so much, but, and just, it's the truth. And we relocated them. So just, and it's safe, especially more towards the lakeside area, not on 59.
Oh, thank you, I
On
appreciate
59.
that.
On 59. Yeah. But I'm just, it's happy to know that we relocated them the proper way, right?
Well, So yes.
So, they're not killed and they're not hurt, so.
Well,
that's the
here's
point.
here's what I will tell you. I do understand that might have happened when you were an officer.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's cool. I'm not putting you under like a microscope or anything. But
Oh, sorry, you already put it.
I did understand from other officers that they use tranquilizer in the field, which here's the thing. Hang on, and this is where it gets a little sticky in terms of the legal aspect of it. Is that the tranquilizers that you use they're controlled substances, and they are also done and need to be. If you utilize them, you have to, and you take them out of the DEA licensed building, you have got to have a veterinarian with you. That was not done. They were not transported correctly. So there are a lot of aspects of this, and I'm not saying it happened when they did the releases.
No.
But the other thing is for feral hogs, you cannot release them. Javelinas might be different, feral hogs, you cannot release them. That's something you can transfer them either to a facility for slaughter, or if they test well and you have a game area, then they can be placed there. But that's also regulated. I can show you this in the PowerPoint presentation. So there are a lot of things that we probably weren't doing the best. But when we found out, of course, we immediately stopped that. And what we want to let people know is for javelinas, they are game species, so we can't really euthanize them anyway, because there's a limit to it. You can euthanize 2 with a hunting license during a hunting season. That will do nothing for the populations that we have going on in Laredo, which is part of a, they call it kind of a red zone for javelinas, and we probably have some of the most populated areas of Texas for javelinas, and that's what we're seeing. But there are management strategies, and this is kind of where we come in and piggyback off of the agencies who mandate this and set the policies. And by educating the public in terms of stop feeding, close up your garbage, if you do feed stray animals, do it on a timed manner. So you feed at one specific time in the morning, pick up the food, do the same thing in the evening, so we're not attracting more stuff. There's fencing solutions. That's another thing that we can kind of tell the public of what can be done.
Mayor, if I may? Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, thank you, and I hate to interrupt. But,
Sure.
couple of questions and concerns. So of course, I understand the management of it. The management's gonna take years and years to get to one place, right? What do people do now? Because if you're telling us the city can't respond to people's homes that they're calling in, I hear calls that they're packs of javelinas, that's how they travel, and feral hogs, and we can't pick them up. What can they do to get those, like you mentioned, dangerous animals out of their yard? They have children, there's elderly people there.
No, you're absolutely right. And the one part, and this is any wildlife, right? This is any wildlife. Here it's javelinas and feral hogs. You go up north, they have issues with coyotes. So this isn't something that's very specific. It is with this species, but not with wildlife management and learning to live with wildlife. And that's really teaching people don't corner the animal. Stay at a safe distance away. Normally, javelinas are not aggressive animals. They're not, unless you corner them. Now, will I say that they might go after your dog? Yes. Why? Because they look like a predatory coyote. So there are certain things that we can do to mitigate living side by side as we are expanding and building Laredo outwards.
But what do our citizens do when those animals are on their property, literally destroying it a lot of the time, causing thousands and thousands of dollars of damage? I just got a call just last week on Colorado Street, and I told them call 311. They did so. 311 says, I'll call animal control. Animal control officer tells them, you need to call Texas Wildlife, Texas Parks and Wildlife. They did so. Texas Parks and Wildlife says, call your council member. He'll go by and pick it up.
Yes, and we're hearing that Texas Parks and Wildlife is doing that. And I mean,
I didn't go by and pick it up. No, I did not. But
no, and again, we're hearing that, but at the same time, it's their regulations and their policies that are in place that say, here's what you can do. You can live with it. They are the governing body over the javelinas, and this is what they're saying. And we've heard that too. They said just call your council, and they're doing that in response to, well, we will partner with you on the education aspect. We will absolutely support if what you want to tell the public is that we need to manage by living with, then we will support that because the state is the governing body on this.
Right, but that simply can't happen. Obviously, you know the city of Laredo is growing.
Yes.
Every single day. And we're taking away their home, right? As
Correct.
people, we certainly are. And developers are doing this, and we're doing it because we're buying the homes. So we're to tell our people we just simply can't do anything about it. You spend thousands of dollars on your yard over and over again. Your children are coming out playing. Your pets are coming out and playing. And the city of Laredo simply can't do anything about it. And the state of Texas won't even do anything about it.
Well, and I'm sure that, you know, the city of Laredo could come up with solutions, but it shouldn't be under animal services.
What should it be under?
I mean, that's not, here's why I'm saying this. Here's why I'm saying this. We're underfunded, we're understaffed. You would need really a wildlife biologist or somebody who manages wildlife population to come in to do a bunch of research to figure this out. That is not us. That is not our knowledge base. Not to mention, if you would like us to trap, the amount of money that we're gonna spend on traps, the amount of money that we're gonna spend on relocation, which also is governed by an entire different entity in the state of Texas, is astronomical. We have a stray dog problem. I'm sure you get calls about that all the time. We are working on spay and neuter, and we are working on to educate the public. As we have heard today, that we are prioritizing our efforts within the city, and we are making sure that we are making sound financial decisions when it comes to our scope of work. And you have two agencies. You have Texas Parks and Wildlife, who manages the javelinas, and you have USDA and APHIS, who manages the feral hogs. It is their response. You already have two governing agencies set out to do this, to ask that our staffing, which is not what it should be, and our funding go to this, putting to the wayside what else this community deserves. Like, I can't say that that is something that should fall under Laredo Animal Care Services.
Okay.
And Mayor, and I appreciate the opinion of Mayor.
Who was first?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, you go ahead.
Just because you're gonna remember this, maybe we can just follow up on our meeting on February, because I brought it up there and they had said that there was gonna be funding available for like contraceptive way of, you know, controlling the population.
Well, and that depends on if it's for the javelinas, that's Texas Parks. If it's feral hogs, under here, actually, they classify it as the ownership lies with private landowners until the animal is captured. That's Texas Agriculture Code right there. So it is up to the property owner. It is up to HOAs. It's not necessarily up to the city.
Well, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
You know, we understand the problem, and then what we don't want to encourage the community to do is to, you know, see this problem and say, oh, nobody wants to help us. We got to find a way. And because I'm saying this, I don't want them to go out there and use a gun, BB gun, a .22, a handgun, you know, those
Bow and arrow.
bow and arrows, because somebody might get hurt. And at the end of the day, that's gonna come back and fall on us. I understand, Ms. Bluestone, that we don't have the funding and we don't have the staff. Is there a way we can find a way, can you search up and come back to us, the council, see if there's some studies or training that we can give to our officers so they can go, and we understand, and we understand we're finding a way to get, you know, these funds. But right now, this, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's a priority that we're going under the city, you know, the city's having this problem of this type of animal. let's find a way, instead of saying we can't do this, let's just, let's go out and look for a city.
And again, I think that if you do this, the priority is going to shift, right? So there's not going to be, if I can take an officer from here to here, no more roundups. It's going to be limited. So you're taking, so I mean, if the council says, hey, this is the top priority and this is what we want to do, and you want to shift everything towards that, like this year alone, from this year to last year, we've picked up 300 more animals, stray animals. Why? Because we have the officers out in dedicated areas. You take that away, the stray population goes up. The staff at the shelter, right, who will still need to help because, like you said, these are very aggressive animals. We've increased surgery 3 times since last year. So while we are not ignoring other priorities of the city, in fact, we're doing pretty darn good right now. Despite the fact we all get some phone calls, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, how can you shift that priority when the governing body of this issue is not the city and not animal services?
No, and I understand that's not the issue, it's not, I understand what you're saying, that they're not taking care of the problem. But the problem is coming to us as a city,
you're
and
right.
I understand, and we're the government body of the city. So right now, what it is let's work something out, let's find Mr. Nib, let's come to a solution and see if we have, if you need more funding for, if you need more training.
I barely have funding line items for veterinary supplies or dog food. So at this point, like asking us, like, yes, of course we all need more funding. I'm sure every department here needs more funding. But at the end of the day, the funding that this would need far surpasses anything that we can get. That's number one. But here's the thing. This is not us saying no. This is not us saying we don't care. This is saying there's other things that we can do. You can have your HOA put in some fencing, or allow your HOA to allow you to put in fencing around versus being a little bit more strict. Sure. There's deterrence. There's noise deterrence.
Right. Go ahead, Councilman. This is, you keep talking about management, and management is just very difficult. Cats, dogs, obviously, we still can't even manage that.
Correct.
Because we get hundreds of calls every single month, right?
Correct.
Regarding these cats, these dogs, whatever. So management, when it comes to feral hogs or when it comes to javelinas, is simply just impossible where we live. Because you mentioned the fact that we are just covered in them. They are everywhere.
Yes.
In the city of Laredo and Webb County in
Yes.
general. So this is a question to legal zone. Is there something we can do as a city to override the state of Texas? And I'm very well aware of that they supersede us in every single thing we can possibly put out there. But when it comes to when it's a safety concern for our kids, for our elderly, our community out there, there's got to be something the city can do in order to stop these animals from getting onto their yard, ripping up thousands of dollars into the yard. Is there something that we can do, or send a letter or an email to somebody that would assist us to do something for our community, for our people?
Yes, we'd have to explore it, to be honest, man. We don't have the solution right here, but, there's some things that we can do coordination-wise, or like Joaquin's mentioning, a resolution to request help, but, yeah, I think that's something that we need to.
Mr. Neb, if you could please come back to us, maybe, give me 60 days, whatever you think, to come back to us with something that we can come up with some type of a solution for this,
So
to remedy it.
USDA and APHIS, they're the section that deals with wildlife and feral hogs. They do have a lot of information in terms of how to, and they're going to say the same thing. You're not going to get rid of them. You're not.
No.
But managing them, and they're probably going to tell you the same type of advice in terms of, but by all means, I'm not discouraging going to look. They have put in tons of environmental impact studies into feral hogs because of the issue for so long. So I do feel they probably have some information, but the majority of the time, they're going to say deterrence. They're going to say...
Yes, good step in. There are some things that I think we can do right now, and one is to make sure that and thank you for that report and everything. we just need to educate our people to not leave food out. We need to educate them. So I think that's something that we can do tomorrow.
And we
start
already
that-
are.
we
We
start-
already are. If
Yeah,
you look
we
at our
start that,
Facebook group,
we get
yeah.
that process going to make sure that they understand. Now, and based upon the report as well too, the javelinas are different than the wild hogs. They're different, two different types of animals, and they're managed two different ways as well too. And so, let us walk through this farther. I think we have to press Texas Parks and Wildlife a little bit differently than we have in order to do that. But I think that, you know, there's the possibility, I mean, Texas Park and Wildlife does have a trap permit that is out there. We can look at those things. We can put costs together and everything. We can figure out exactly who or how this is done. There are some outside firms that are pest control firms within the city as well too, that may be able to do the work for us as well too. I think we can put out some cameras maybe, and maybe look at some areas to see exactly what populations we're talking about. Because if you listen to exactly how we're trying to manage dogs and cats, it looks like the percentages are about the same. If you don't remove 70% of the population, it's going to reproduce itself very quickly, and we're never going to get ahead of this thing. So,
Mayor?
in my mind, I think there's a lot that we can do, a lot further conversation. It's going to be challenging as we continue to grow, but I think we continue to do our education and what we're doing, and let us see if we can pull the right individuals in to provide us the rest of that information.
All right, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Neb, and Ms. Bluestone, could you bring back a letter for this council to pass a resolution that we can send to Texas Parks and Wildlife? If we are one of two areas that has the highest percentage of this population of the feral hogs and javelinas, can we please see if we can request state assistance? Because this problem does not exist throughout the region, right? I mean, to the degree that it does here.
So it's a lot of along the border, not quite over to the El Paso, but everybody has feral hogs. But the javelinas, so you're mixing, like, you got two issues, right?
Right.
So
we should separate them.
Well, no, but I'm saying most places have feral hog issues, not necessarily feral hog and javelinas. So that just kind of makes it a little bit more impactful when you're talking about like the red zone and us being in the red zone.
Well, and on that basis, perhaps we can request special assistance so that we're not taxing our own resources. I mean, we just said we can't spend money until August. So we can look for outside resources to come and give us that assistance, whether it is just paying for the educational materials or dealing with, you know, better fences or whatever it needs to be, so that we can have the state agency that's responsible be responsible
And
for us.
Councilmember Mayor, you know, we actually have one large resource in the city, Ms. Galo, Commissioner with the Texas Park and Wildlife. I believe that a conversation with her might get us a little bit closer to exactly what you're talking about as well too. We'll start up at that level and then bring ourselves back down into that level. So let us see what we can put together, because if we put together a letter or something, we'll bring something back.
Right, Councilman, were you first?
Well, I actually
Okay.
had it, but you can go.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, Mayor, I wanted to, I guess, put my certified public manager practicum research to work here, because I know that a lot of the neighborhoods that have issues are homeowner association neighborhoods. Homeowner associations are very restrictive in the things that they allow homeowners to do. We've already gone through the exercise that the city supersedes the governing documents, correct, so? So we have the authority as a city to implement a rule that would supersede the HOA rules. So my recommendation here would be for us to make an ordinance citywide that would allow for homeowners to install the necessary fencing to restrict these animals from their yard, because we know that they dig up the grass because they're eating grubs. We know that they don't jump fences like deer do, because in my neighborhood, we got deer and all the trifecta. So there goes all my plants, but they won't jump the fence. You can install fencing that would keep them off your property, so you can preserve your grass and your landscaping and all of that. on an individual resident by resident basis, because what I'm seeing here is that it's basically up to the property owner. The problem with HOAs is that their HOA won't allow them to install the fence. So we could set an ordinance that says that HOAs cannot deny homeowners the ability to put this type of fencing that would restrict, wildlife from entering their property and creating damage. There's already modifications to the HOA law that allows homeowners to have fencing to protect the perimeter of their property. So we would just, I recommend, or I'd like to make a motion that we explore an ordinance that would supersede the HOAs, that all these people that live in Lakeside, La Bota, and those types of neighborhoods, the HOA cannot tell them no.
Well, and-
Is that a motion?
Motion and a second.
Okay, motion, second.
Discussion, yeah.
What was the motion, sir?
You weren't, you'll get it, 1 second. Okay.
No, and
Okay, so you,
Pay attention, pay attention.
You want to repeat the motion?
The motion is to have, to explore an ordinance that would supersede the homeowner association, restrictions on installing fences on the individual property lines to keep wild animals off their property. So the HOA cannot tell the homeowners no anymore.
and in the I
And
think
not restrict them by the.
well in slide 16 it was like getting with the homeowners association, because that is a huge issue that we're getting from residents. Well, we can't have fencing or we can't have XYZ. So that was one of the things that we were going to open up as a next step that we can do to educate and to potentially, not in the form of an ordinance, but that's cool.
No, Mayor, just to clarify.
Yes.
The homeowner associations can deny the homeowner based on the look.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, they can't do that anymore, because we're gonna step in as a government body and would supersede that and say that they cannot deny them. That's my proposal, as long as it passes through legal, and if you can provide us a mechanism for that. That's gonna be the easiest way to go, I think.
We have a motion that's been second.
and, yeah, I second it for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, is the idea that, because I've seen a lot of homeowners have little fencing to prevent, the javelinas from entering their property. But are you saying if you would like to make it to where a homeowner could just put like a wooden fence in their front yard, or, because I think the HOAs, what they don't want is every yard to have a different looking, color fence and. Chicken wire. And chicken wire, or whatever, just for the overall look. I don't think I think it's okay to allow HOAs to limit the beauty of the neighborhood, but I didn't even know that HOAs were not allowing, because in Lakeside and San Isidro, there's lots of yards that have the little fencing, and it looks nice. It doesn't look bad at all. But was your point to not allow them to even restrict the type of fence, or?
We can, Mayor, if I can,
Yes.
I can modify it that the homeowner association can, have the ultimate say on the aesthetic, but not to deny it.
Should we,
All right.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
have you already reached out to HOAs? Should this be a conversation that we actually have with some representatives, so that if they want to include what Dr. King was talking about, sort of that aesthetic, that there's some ability for them to control or modify whatever this council is suggesting?
Well, absolutely, and there's other things such as the noise deterrence or even sprinkler systems, if it's motion activated, that scares them off. So at the end of the day, there are other options if aesthetics in a neighborhood is an issue with HOAs.
So is there going, I'm sorry, Mayor, just for clarification, is the ordinance that's being, or the motion that's being considered going to allow for some either interaction with HOAs or some menu of possible recommendations? I'm not sure that HOAs know too much about how to prevent feral hogs and javelinas, and perhaps there needs to be an education campaign before we're necessarily mandating one thing to them. If there are alternatives, then maybe we should allow them to explore those alternatives.
And we can certainly kind of step up our game when it comes to the actual, education and kind of we switched into distemper parvo just because it's the season, but we can definitely switch back to wildlife and how to live with it, how to manage it, not just targeting the general public, but also HOAs.
Well, I think, Ms. Bluestone, you did bring up a really important point, was that what is a council going to ask you to do in order to expend your resources? Because stray dogs continue to be the primary concern, at least from the constituents that I hear from and the communities that I visit. And those stray dogs, when they create a pack, that is a real public safety issue. And when we talk about, being worried about children in the streets and the danger posed by animals, where I am aware of the issues of being a priority, it's with stray dogs. And so I am worried to have your department lose focus because of this very specialized intervention, that perhaps we need to look for other resources like Texas Parks and Wildlife and USDA.
And I absolutely 100% appreciate you saying that, because I mean, you guys know for stray dogs, the struggle is quite real.
Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Our mics aren't working, and the public hears us. Our mics up here aren't functioning at all. I just want to make sure the public can hear us.
This is George.
While we're waiting, I did want to just take a moment to thank you for the vaccine clinic that you held on Saturday, and you're already planning, I think, in the future, another one. So I just thank you for really dealing with the major issue of making sure that the dogs in our neighborhoods are safe.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. And there will be, we hope to do it quite frequently. So, yeah.
Can I jump in real quick?
Oh,
I know
please.
everybody wants to finish the discussion, right? But just real quick, I just talked to Miguel Rodriguez, Chief of Police for the City of Laredo. I just spoke to Dr. Chamberlain. They said that Parks and Wildlife doesn't want to come to the table. They've asked 3 times to come to the table. We have an MOU with Parks and Wildlife. We actually provide services for them whenever there's a sexual assault or things that happen at the lake. We're the ones who respond. So those are resources that are being used by the city to help them. So what we're gonna do, we can definitely call them and make sure that we bring them to the table and address this problem, and then we can circle back and bring you some information back as to if they're gonna be willing to help us or not. But I can
wasn't gonna
reassure,
say that. Yes.
I can reassure that we're gonna get them to the table and see what the deal is with this.
Chief, I'm sorry, can I just mention, Chief, can you mention just real quick, Rich just brought it up, but the importance of, since there's an intrusion of wild animals coming into properties that are very well established around here and along the edges of the city, the importance of understanding about how to fire your firearm within the city limits. I'm not sure what the dividing line is in terms of if it's being attacked or not being attacked, legal ramifications.
In defense of yourself, in defense of a third person, it is allowed. But if it's something that, well, he was just, munching on my grass, you can't shoot the animal.
Just so that the public can understand.
Yes. Yeah, in defense of yourself, in defense of a third person, you can definitely shoot that. No.
Yes, and really quick again, Ms. Bluestone is the expert here, and she says geographically, we will never probably beat the solution, or it's gonna be real tough. So again, I know Mr. Ned, Commissioner for Texas Parks and Wildlife, Ms. Ana Galo was there in the meeting, and she was very supportive of that idea of initiating some contraceptive funding. That's how we can maybe manage the situation in the near future. So we want to reach out to her as well.
Mayor, can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to clarify, so my item was more on what we can do as a council, which is create ordinances and policies. The HOAs reserve the right to accept or deny based on the aesthetic, but I guess the motion would be that on the table is that they cannot deny it. And if people want to protect their property with a fence to protect these, then they have to allow it, they have to work it out so the homeowners can take this into their own hands. And if you don't have an HOA, then you don't have to look at approval, you just do it. I mean, we at the city don't restrict the installation of these fences. So, Mayor, that's the motion on the table, to come back with an ordinance for us to approve.
We have a motion, please second. 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 All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
I just wanted to thank you for just standing firm in your role. It's always but thank you for just clarifying that for us and for the public. Really the scope of your work, because it is crucial for your department to stay focused, and that's exactly how we did this. We'll stay focused in your core mission, and just say yes to everything, and then we're ready to happy. So thank you.
Thank you.
But actually, that being said, is there, should we think about wildlife? Sorry?
Region 11 actually, with Texas Parks, has a wildlife biologist that is in addition to the officers that you see in the field.
Seven two of the Texas Government Code concerning the transferring of ownership of the Hamilton Hotel Apartments and any of the matters entered thereto.
Mayor,
Yes.
if council would consider also, part of our presentation at item 64 was a status report and update of the Buena Vista Complex, and we wanted to discuss the contract negotiations, but I think, talking to Mr. Zone, he said that that could be discussed in executive session, so if you would consider bring that item up and
I'll
also
add that
go
as
into
well to
executive session for that portion of it.
To include anybody from staff, anybody else deemed necessary to do so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Pursuant to 551.087 economic development.
Oh, there you go. Okay, all right.
Yes, you already did so.
Executive session.
Back to regular session. It is 10:50, what? Three.
Three.
I'll make a,
No action was taken. Go ahead.
you already make a motion?
Go ahead. No,
I want to make a motion to, follow staff recommendation, and, yeah,
For what number?
I'm sorry? Yeah,
For number 664, staff to proceed then, as directed? Is that?
yes, sir.
Second?
Yes, sir.
I'll second that motion.
Motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
For number 1, on the supplemental, for staff to proceed,
With the
Second.
resolution?
resolutions for the second one.
I'll second that motion.
Resolution for the first one, sorry.
For the
Yes,
first one?
resolution for the first one.
Oh, yes, resolution for, accept the
So it's
resolution.
resolution for the first one.
Yes.
Okay.
Number one. Second.
I'll second,
Motion
second.
second.
Okay, motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
And for number 2, for staff to proceed
Staff recommendation.
as recommended.
Second.
Proceed. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Chief, supplemental item 3, do you think you could just give us a brief 3-minute explanation, please, just to us and the public? Because it's important. It's really important, and it's been ongoing, especially this past week.
Yes, so Chief Rodriguez for the record, Chief Miguel Rodriguez. Just some stats, 2024, we had 135 pursuits. Out of the 135, 43 we disengaged, which means that we were able to figure out who the driver was. We went after him later when we identified him. So that's in 2024. Year to date, we're at 39. That's that number has increased substantially as compared to last year. Just a little bit on rules of engagement for Laredo PD. We don't pursue anybody on misdemeanor infractions, and that includes also traffic infractions. We don't pursue anybody for that. We only pursue for felonies or anybody that's putting the public in danger or themselves in danger. So there's specific rules when we engage in pursuits.
So when you get a call on the channel through, with Border Patrol assigns and pursuits from the riverbank, are we engaging chief or?
The reason that we engage, Councilman Gonzalez, is because we establish perimeter, and that is to protect the public. So as they're engaging and they're going in that route, the officers start engaging in doing perimeter to make sure that we advise the public that there's a pursuit. So that, you know, we've seen the outcomes of pursuits, and it gets very dangerous for the public, especially inside the inner city. It gets very dangerous at 90, 100 miles an hour.
Well, thank you, Chief. I think because of the rise in these pursuits, the public has, you know, sometimes they're not informed. They know we have young kids running, you know, at high speeds at, you know, through the weeks and just, you know, and that this keeps happening so much. And when we have these pursuits from the riverbanks and then they come and wreck in our yards or in our, you know, in our walls or in our buildings or in our homes, then you see, we get calls and say, well, it's these kids, the high speeding motorists, and when they're actually pursuits. And that's why I'm glad there's traffic is still here, right? Traffic director still here or? No. Okay. Well, we need to, I know I'm gonna have a follow-up meeting with him, right, Chief? Because, you know, we as councilmen, we know how to, you know, take no for answers sometimes, but there's been a lot of delays with these, you know, the speed humps that we're requesting and stuff, because the public seems to believe these pursuits and these damages that have been causing in recently, there are these, you know, high schoolers in their cars and speeding and stuff, and sometimes it's the pursuits from the riverbanks. And we need to educate the public on how LPD engages with Border Patrol in these situations.
Absolutely, and we're very, very, in the very near future, we're gonna have our deployment of drones, which is gonna be air support for us, and that comes with a lot of technology. So with that in mind, we're pushing for that to take effect as soon as possible. We already have one pod, and it's at the health department. We'll be having a total of 6 pods, and that'll help with their support and maybe disengaging our partners from that.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate that. I know we're in the Public Safety Committee, and you've been, you know, following up with this on these special programs that you're implementing. I just want the public and our rest of our council to, you know, because this is a city-wide problem, so I want them to be, you know, educated and aware of our ongoing situations in this.
Indeed it is.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Do we have time for the next one?
I guess this is a little important as well.
2 minutes, minute and a half.
2 minutes.
40.
Just real quick.
Discussion
You need
with,
money. You need money.
So I'll move to allocate the funds for the renovation of the
Second that.
wellness center that will come from, I'm assuming it's
This is
district priority funds.
Second that.
And do we need to identify those funds?
How much?
How much?
yeah, they're just a total. Chief, what's the total?
So for the construction is 218,000, for the equipment is 234.
So you
Oh,
can,
what's the total?
450?
450,000.
450.
to come from, and
We're
that
already ready.
division will be determined before you need it.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry. If I could, you know, set a motion to table, that way we already know the total. We can come back and see how, everybody can check
Second.
their discretionary, funding, and then we
I'll
can
second
kind
that
of.
motion.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you,
Opposed?
Councilman. Thank you.
Motion passes. Motion to adjourn.
Right, Chief? That way we
Motion
can.
passes.
Hey, but we are accepting,
Meeting adjourned.
we're accepting